Shalom to all martyrs of Birkenau. We are here in Auschwitz and we are going to begin the last beautiful minutes. I'm sorry and apologies about delay a couple of minutes because I have assessment from survivors which I didn't do the before, so I apologize on the behalf of the larger community. And as I said before, as soon as others are going to leave, I'm going slowly and peacefully to the kilometers in Birkenau. And it is in time to get
Zaczął. Zaczął mówić.
Zaczęło?
Tak.
Nic nie mówią.
Przepraszam za opóźnienie.
respect the place, to respect the survivors, and to respect those people who perished during the Holocaust. This is the 35th March of the Living. Okay, we start, more than 300,000 participants came, Jews and non-Jews alike, adults and young, and I'm sure that after taking part of this march, going back to your community, you are going to carry the torch of memory. Our program will start when we finish the march in Birkenau, where a ceremony will start 3:45, between 3:30 to 4:45, and I appreciate all of you to stay till the end of the ceremony, to give a full respect to what we are doing. Of course, it's a ceremony on the memory of 6 million Jews and other people who perished in the Holocaust. So, thank you very much for your participation, cooperation, and patience. Thank you very much to all of you.
Mam wrażenie, że wszyscy ci zasłaniam.
Że mi zasłonią? Prawdopodobnie tak.
Patrzysz cały podest, czy twarze?
Jeszcze raz? Portret.
Sorry again about the delay. In about 3 minutes to 4 minutes we'll start the march. I'll appreciate if one will stay in the place that is designated places, and the order of the march will go in the following. We start with an introduction, a short one, by the President of March of Living, Phyllis Heidemann, and after it, the shofar, and immediately after the shofar, you are staying in your place, and the survivors in front of us, we have 44 survivors, will start to walk to the leading of this march. And you will stay here. And 2-3 minutes after it, the first couple of rows will move, the second ones, and the third one. And I said before, I'll appreciate if you keep marching in order, in the lines, and all the ushers, okay, who's going with us, please stay aside so we can move the leg. In 1 minute. Okay, thank you very much.
That's it. To that view.
Sham, thank you. Cameraman, please stay backward. Thank you.
Tak, weź to tylko ogarnij.
Jak niżej dam, będzie lepiej? Ale takie rzeczy, bo to nie wiem...
Ja.
Słucham?
as you embark on the 2023 march from Auschwitz I to Auschwitz II Birkenau, you follow in the footsteps of those who made this walk before, many of whom never left this place. With each step, you honor the memory of those who perished here and all those whose souls rest in places like Majdanek, Treblinka, Belgius, Sobibor, and Chelmno. Let us proclaim today, together, each one of us, that we, the living legacy of our 6 million ancestors, shall never forget, but that we shall always remember. Am Yisrael Chai.
We're here at the start, very beginning of the march itself. Holocaust survivors, dignitaries, and about 10,000 people are about to start on the journey from Auschwitz I to Auschwitz II Birkenau, where over 1.1 million were killed in just a short period of time in the Holocaust, one of the worst, most heinous crimes in human history. And this is the 35th year of the march underway. Very solemn moment for all of the marchers, seriousness, walking in the footsteps of those who have done this march for the past 35 years, and also walking in the footsteps of those Jews whose lives were ended, and those also who survived on these hallowed, holy grounds. The marchers are now just starting, and they should be arriving within a short period of time at the stage for the ceremony, which will take place at Birkenau. Back to you, Aaron.
The march will start. המצעד יחל. Please.
Great job. Yeah. Survivors are going to pull off over here. Okay. So Gabriella, we're going to come over here and we're going to get your box.
Welcome to this special broadcast of the International March of the Living, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel and the 35th anniversary of the March of the Living, while also commemorating the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. We are broadcasting to you live from the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. 40 Holocaust survivors are today leading the march, coming from all over the world to walk the 3.2 kilometers from Auschwitz to Birkenau, followed by thousands of Jewish and non-Jewish teenagers and public figures. The theme of this year's march is honoring Jewish heroism during the Holocaust, focusing on those brave souls who fought the Germans and their collaborators in the ghettos, the extermination camps, and the forests. With us standing by in Auschwitz is Alex Trayman, Jerusalem Bureau Chief of the Jewish News Syndicate.
And we're here with Ambassador Yaakov Livnei, who is Israel's ambassador to Poland. Thank you so much for being with us. Can you tell us a little bit about the importance of the relationship between Israel and Poland, specifically today?
Well, Poland is a very important country. It's an important country today in Europe. It's an important country in NATO, in the European Union. And it is also an important partner of the State of Israel. And of course, one of the issues that are extremely central to our relationship is keeping alive the memory of the victims of the Holocaust, telling the story of the Holocaust exactly as it has happened. And the fact that we are here today in Auschwitz commemorating what has happened is very important. I know it's important for Israelis. It's also important for many people here in Poland.
Tell me some of the efforts that are being taken to strengthen the relationship between the two countries.
We have had, in the last couple of months, some good, important achievements. The Foreign Minister of Israel, Eli Cohen, came here to Warsaw, had good political meetings with the Polish counterparts. Tomorrow we will be having the visit of the Israeli president, Mr. Herzog. He will be coming to Warsaw to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Now, today, here on the March of the Living, we have with us the Israeli Minister of Education. And of course, we on the level of the embassy are very much engaged on the political dialogue with the Polish government. We believe it's important. We believe it's important for Israel. It's important for Poland. We were able a few weeks ago to renew the youth delegations of Israelis coming here. So already today we have a large youth group from Israel who came to Auschwitz, and we'll be continuing and doing this.
How helpful have the Polish been in facilitating events like the March of the Living?
Well, the March of the Living, as all other events that are happening in Poland, specifically those related to the Holocaust, cannot be done, cannot be conducted without the Polish authorities, without the Polish government. So cooperating with Poland also on this issue is crucial. But it's also important because I think many people in Poland understand today that it's also the obligation of Poland to keep this memory of the Holocaust, which happened, much of it happened on Polish soil. It was not planned by Poles, obviously, it was planned by Nazi Germany, but it happened here. And it's so important today for us to be able to come, to touch, to see these places, these terrible places where the Holocaust happened. It gives a completely new dimension to our understanding, and it's important that we do this together with Poland. And this is what we have been doing.
Ambassador Yaakov Livnei, thank you so much for being with us on the March of the Living. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Alex. Now the march is about to get underway, so let's go over to the opening ceremony of the 35th March of the Living.
Where 44 survivors will start to walk to the leading of this march. And you will stay here. And 2-3 minutes after it, the first couple of rows will move, and the second ones, and the third one. And I said before, I'll appreciate if you keep marching in order, in the lines, and all the ushers, okay, who is going with us, please stay aside so we can move the leg. 1 minute. Okay, thank you very much.
That's it. To that view.
Thank you. Cameraman, please step backward. Thank you.
A, weź to, tylko ogarnij.
Jak niżej dam, będzie lepiej?
Nie, zabierz.
Ale takie rzeczy, bo to nie wiem...
As you embark on the 2023 march from Auschwitz I to Auschwitz II Birkenau, you follow in the footsteps of those who made this walk before, many of whom never left this place. With each step, you honor the memory of those who perished here and all those whose souls rest in places like Majdanek, Treblinka, Belzhas, Sobibor, and Chelmno. Let us proclaim today, together, each one of us, that we, the living legacy of our 6 million ancestors, shall never forget, but that we shall always remember. Am Yisrael Chai.
We're here at the start, very beginning of the march itself. Holocaust survivors, dignitaries. We're here at the start, very beginning of the march itself. Holocaust survivors, dignitaries, and about 10,000 people are about to start on the journey from Auschwitz I to Auschwitz II Birkenau, where over 1.1 million were killed in just a short period of time in the Holocaust, one of the worst, most heinous crimes in human history. And this is the 35th year of the march underway. A very solemn moment for all of the marchers, seriousness, walking in the footsteps of those who have done this march for the past 35 years, and also walking in the footsteps of those Jews whose lives were ended, and those also who survived on these hallowed, holy grounds. The marchers are now just starting, and they should be arriving within a short period of time at the stage for the ceremony, which will take place at Birkenau. Back to you, Aaron.
As we just heard from Alex, the March of the Living began just minutes ago, and we can see the thousands of participants who came here from dozens of countries to be here today. Brazil, Canada, Hungary, the United States, Australia, the United Arab Emirates, in addition to many others. Let's return now to Alex at Auschwitz.
Thank you. As we discussed, this march is being led by 40 Holocaust survivors, and we have the great privilege of having one of them here with us right now, David Schachter from Miami. Not only are you a Holocaust survivor, but you have spent 2 years and 10 months here in the Auschwitz camp during the Holocaust. Can you tell me what it's like for you and what it means for you to be back here at the site where you experienced the most terrible situations imaginable?
It is very, very painful. It is actually a horrendous part of my psyche, part of my experience, especially because I'm a Jew from Slovakia. And the Slovakian Jews were the first ones to be sent to Auschwitz. My family, we were rounded up on the Seder night of Pesach, 1941. And we were here at the end of January of 1941. We were here, I was here with my brother, whose Hebrew name was Yaakov, and then in the Slavic language, Yaakov is Jacobo. We didn't speak very much Yiddish because our parents spoke Yiddish. And they spoke Yiddish or German if they didn't want the Yardim to know what they're saying. But I came here with my mom, my mother, my two little sisters. One was 7 years old and one was 5 years old. I was 11 years and 2 months old when we were rounded up. But I had a brother whose name was Yaakov, but in Slavic it's Jacobo, and I always called him Jacobo.
Why do you come back to this spot if it's so painful?
Why do I come back to this spot? Listen, there's nothing special about me. I'm here because I had a brother who was 4 years and 4 months my senior. He was smart, he was strong, We lived on a farm. He was a farm boy. He was smart. He took a lot of beatings that were meant for me. He hovered over me. I'm here because my brother Yaakov, made sure that I survive. My brother Yaakov.
How important is it for you to tell the story to second generation, third generation survivors and others who weren't here to experience what you went through?
Listen, I am a fairly well-educated human being. I'm a withered person. The goddamn world at large didn't give a good goddamn. The world at large didn't care. Even a segment of the Jewish world used to use a miserable Jewish expression, Sorg dich nicht. Sorg dich nicht in Yiddish means, don't worry, don't worry. We still have an element in the Jewish world. Jews in America and in other places, but in America especially because that's where I live. There is a segment of the Jewish community that is bloody oblivious. Anti-Semitism is going out of its mind. There isn't, I don't know if you know America, there isn't a university or a college in all of America that could survive without the support of the Jewish world.
And what's your message to those Jews that support these types of institutions?
And anti-Semitism is going out of their friggin' minds. And so many of my Jewish people, are goddamn oblivious. Don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, don't tell it to me because I know. I lived it, you dumb son of a bitch.
David, powerful messages. Thank you so much for being with us on the march.
And this is not, listen, I have been to Israel 100 times. I have been worldwide hundreds of times. I survived, not because I'm special, not because I'm a genius. I survived because I had a brother called Yaakov.
And we will celebrate his memory today here at the March of the Living. Thank you so much, David, for being with us.
And this is my 20th March of the Living. And I have brought hundreds of thousands of Yaldim here. And all that I do for the last 50 years of my life is speak to all the Jewish kinder. And I ask three things of them. I want them to know who they are. I want them to know what happened to our people. But mostly, I want them to become my mouthpiece when I'm no longer here. In 4 more months, I'll be 94. And if indeed I survived, not because the Rabbeinu Shalom helped me, because the Rabbeinu Shalom, Jacobo used to say to me, when I said to Yaakov, where's God? And he said, he schluft. Yeah. So I'm not such a religious nut. But I understand. And if it's Bashared that I survived, it's Bashared that I speak to every Yiddish child kinder that I can reach.
We will take your message forward. Thank you, David, so much for being with us. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you, Alex. Marks the 80th anniversary of the outbreak of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, which was one of the leading examples of remarkable Jewish courage that emboldened Jews across occupied Poland and elsewhere to also fight for their lives. Joining us now are the grandchildren of several Warsaw Ghetto heroes. Eyal Zuckerman, whose grandmother Tzivia Lubetkin, and her grandfather, Antek Zuckerman, commanded the Jewish fighters, and Nir Yaari, who is the grandson of a fighter, Bela Yaari. Just before we hear about what you have to share, let's watch a brief documentary that will momentarily take us all back in time to hear about the battle from the ghetto heroes themselves, thanks to the miracle of AI technology created by the Israeli startup company DID.
In the summer of 1942, the mass deportation from Warsaw Ghetto began. 265,000 Jews were sent to the Treblinka death camp, to their extinction. Only 60,000 Jews remained. In the Warsaw Ghetto, two underground organizations were emerging at the same time. It was on the 19th of April, 1943, the first night of Passover, that marks the formal start of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Against thousands of marching Nazi German soldiers, 700 young Jewish men and women stood strong, without almost any weapons or experience in warfare. This heroic story will now be shared in their own words. The day before the outbreak of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, the square and the streets of the ghetto were empty and abandoned. People preparing to go underground, fighters to their battle positions and outposts. We were to cause the enemy a heavy loss.
When the day dawned, I saw the thousands of Germans surrounding the ghetto with machine guns, with cannons, and there we stood opposite them, some 20 young men and women. Each one had a revolver. The entire unit had 2 rifles, homemade bombs.
Beginning from today, we shall shift over to partisan tactics. It is impossible to describe the conditions under which the Jews of the ghetto are now living. Only a few will be able to hold out.
I detonated the explosives. I was shocked into inaction after the massive explosion and German bodies flying in the air. This was the first time since the war had broken out that the Germans were running away.
The Germans fled twice from the ghetto. One of our military wings fought for 40 minutes, and the other for over 6 hours.
The Germans set fire to the ghetto. Our hidden locations were blown up, and we were forced to leave our bunkers.
Their fate is decided. In almost all the hiding places in which thousands are concealing themselves, it is not possible to light a candle for lack of air.
We decided that night to send a group into the sewer channels. I went as well. We walked for 48 hours.
We opened the hole and people began to emerge and to climb into the truck. We brought this group of about 50, 60 people to a different forest that was very far away.
The rebellion lasted for about a month until the Warsaw Ghetto was completely wiped out. Most of the Jews were killed during battle or taken to their deaths in Treblinka. Only a small minority managed to escape and survive. The Warsaw Ghetto uprising became a source of inspiration for millions of Jews in the ghettos, the camps, and the forests who were still fighting for their lives.
The dream of my life has become a reality. Jewish armed resistance and revenge are facts. I have been a witness to the magnificent, heroic fighting of Jewish men in battle.
Our fight will not be forgotten. We will live in the pages of Jewish history. The future children in the land of Israel will learn about us, and we will be their example of courage.
Eyal, what was it like to grow up next to two such giants who were legendary heroes, not only during the Second World War, but also during the rebirth of the State of Israel? Do you feel like you carry this legacy with you?
Well, my grandparents used to say that they're not heroes or leaders. They are just ordinary people who did what they had to do in light of the circumstances. And I'd like to add that I think they did what they had to do because of their values and ideology. So for me, this is their legacy, and this is what I try to embed in my life, the values that they carried when the circumstances, thank God, are quite different.
Now, during the Holocaust overall, and the underground in particular, there really was complete equality between the men and the women. Female heroines fought shoulder to shoulder alongside their male counterparts against the Nazi forces and their collaborators by smuggling weapons and also disseminating information about what was happening in Poland. Let's now watch another brief documentary that relates to the experiences of two female couriers, Chava Pullman-Raban and Hella Rufeisen, who are part of the network in which near your own grandmother belonged.
The story of the Jewish woman will be a glorious page in the history of Jewry during the present war, for these girls are indefatigable. Emanuel Ringelblum, Ghetto Warsaw historian. With Nazi Germany taking over Poland, there were endless restrictions on where Jews were allowed to travel. In order to move between ghettos, Jewish youth movements created a network of female couriers. These incredibly brave young women and teenagers traveled the roads under false identities. They transferred information, saved lives, and hid money and weapons on their bodies. There wasn't a corner in occupied Poland where Jews lived that the couriers did not reach. They served as the lifeline between Jewish communities in war-torn Europe. Each and every move they made could have resulted in their deaths. These are the stories of two brave couriers in their own words. I, Hella Batsheva Rufeisen, was the courier between the Krakow Ghetto and the Warsaw Ghetto. I transferred documents, and I managed to smuggle weapons successfully. I hid guns under my clothes, within a stomach belt. Explosive materials I put in my travel bag, under my garments and dirty clothes. Even though I was scared and suffered from stomach pains from the fear, I was successful. It's hard to describe the happiness I was welcomed with when I reached my destinations. When I would return to Krakow with my packages, the men would caress the guns I brought over and count the bullets. From all the excitement, they couldn't finish counting the bullets. They knew they would not defeat the murderous Germans, and they would not achieve sufficient revenge, but it was the beginning of something.
I set out on my mission and found myself amongst strangers, with no one familiar. I was even isolated within myself. I had trained myself to project strength towards the railway guards and even towards Germans. One of my roles as a courier was to pass through various areas that had no clue of what was going on and tell people who were disconnected or not involved, listen, they will eventually make their way here and will kill everyone. Do something, hide, hand over your children, dig within the ground. We needed to pull the Jewish out of their delusions that everything was normal.
The stories of these couriers are ones of utmost bravery, a story of courage and female fighters on the front lines. Women who could have saved themselves, but chose to risk their lives over and over again for the greater good. Most of the couriers were caught by the Germans and executed. Only a few survived.
Nir, your grandmother, Bella Yaari, as we mentioned, was a courier in the underground, and as we just heard, she personally risked her life on a daily basis to help save her friends. Can you tell us a bit more about her and what you know about her heroic actions? And they're very heroic to most of us.
Well, she didn't talk too much about her story, aside of writing a book when she arrived in Israel after the war. But now, these days, my family is investigating her story, and we discover on a daily basis more and more lives that she saved during the war. And she did smuggle guns, and she used, until the very last day of the war, when she got out of Leipzig, she saved so many lives of Jews and Poles.
You must be really proud, and you as well. In fact, Eyal, do you think that the history regarding the memory of the Holocaust in any way fails to do enough justice to the Jewish fighters, that their incredible accomplishments and their heroism in some sense has not been fully appreciated or acknowledged?
I think we can do a better job respecting survivors, especially the living ones, and also respecting heroism without classifying who is more of a hero. I think a mother hiding her child is a hero. A father getting on the train thinking it will help his family survive is a hero. Resistance anywhere, trying to survive is heroism. And I think we should not judge or classify. I think we cannot understand what happened, and we should just respect it and appreciate it.
Very good point. Now, Nir, your grandmother was a prisoner here in this very camp where we are sitting today. How do you feel about being here today telling her story? And do you see yourself as someone who can pass hers and other people's experiences on to future generations?
So my grandmother was here for about 2.5 years of hell. And being here, I am extremely inspired about her story and about the story of the people who've been here during the war, and to telling the story for future generations is tough as time goes by, and we are already almost 90 years after the war, but that's a challenge that I hope I can do, and I feel extremely important. That it is extremely important to do this task.
How did she manage to survive for 2.5 years in Auschwitz-Birkenau?
She was disguised as a Polish woman. She had fake documents, so even when she arrived, they didn't know that she's Jewish.
For the entire time she was here?
For the entire war, in fact, and it saved her life.
One would think absolutely. Can you tell us more about the fate of your grandmother, your grandparents?
Well, when the Warsaw Uprising broke, my grandmother was inside the ghetto leading a squad of fighters. My grandfather was on the outside of the ghetto So he was trying more, making the efforts to try to bring out the survivors and the Jews that were left within the ghetto outside as fast as possible. Also
Very
organizing the escape through the sewage.
Very valiant, very heroic. Eyal Zuckerman, Nir Yaari, thank you so much for being here with us today and helping to share the legacy of your very valiant families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As we saw earlier, this year's march is being led by 40 Holocaust survivors, and one of them is here with us right now, Mala Tribich from the United Kingdom. Mala, this is your 10th march with the UK delegations. Why do you keep coming back on the march?
Well, I think it's very important. First of all, as far as the survivors are concerned, there are less and less of them. And while I'm still able to do it, I want to do it because we must commemorate them and remember them and give an example to the younger generation.
Well, we're so fortunate to have you here today. Are you worried about the time in which there might not be any more Holocaust survivors to tell the firsthand story of what happened here in places like this?
Well, I am so worried, but really I know it is inevitable. And a time will come where there will be no survivors, and that's why all the more I'm making the effort to be here while I can.
And do you trust the ability of the second and third generation of Holocaust survivors to be able to carry the torch forward and to tell the story of the things that happened here in other concentration camps?
From what I see now, they're very interested. And I think that it will go on for a long time. I don't know about into perpetuity, but it is something that the young people are very interested in, and they are keen to do this and to keep the memory going.
And what's the one message, if you could boil it down, for people to take forward?
Well, not to forget the Holocaust, not to forget all the victims, and to really take note of what happens when civilization breaks down, a despot rules, and there is discrimination and prejudice, and guard against it all and educate the new generations to be more tolerant and to learn from what they have not witnessed, but what they've read about, and the fact that they've actually had contact with survivors. I think that may strengthen their resolve to go on with the memory of the survivors and all the people that have suffered. Really, in a way, the survivors are the lucky ones, they've survived. But it is the people who didn't, and they need to be remembered.
Mala Tribich, thank you so much for being with us here on the March of the Living.
Not everyone is aware, but members of the underground throughout Poland and including right here in Birkenau led many triumphant revolts, even succeeding in damaging the crematoria sufficiently enough to stop Jewish extermination in some of the camps. Here too in Birkenau near the end of World War II, the Jewish underground managed to blow up a crematorium and inflict damage to their tormentors, the Nazis and their collaborators. One of those courageous heroes during that particular uprising was Zalman Gradowski, who was sent to Auschwitz in 1942. Let's now take a look at his story.
Zalman Gradowski was deported to Auschwitz-Birkenau with his family in 1942. They were all murdered upon arrival, except him. He was forced to work in the Sonderkommando, the prisoners' unit whose job was to transfer the prisoners into the gas chambers and burn their bodies. He worked there for 2 years and witnessed the murder of hundreds of thousands of victims.
Barzilai. Shira, you're an artist, you're a painter, you're also a social media influencer. You have a large following on Instagram under your artist name Coquette, if I have that correct. Tell me, we've seen social media be a haven for the spread of anti-Semitism. Tell me, as a social media influencer, how you hope to use your platforms in order to combat anti-Semitism.
Well, I have to say it's not always easy. As an artist, I try to spread a message of love and unity. And I like to do it not an Israeli, but as a human being. And I don't necessarily identify on social media where exactly I'm from, but when I do it, I get a lot of hate and I get a lot of terrible comments. And I think that the way I cope with it is just answer with love, answer, with patience, and just share what I have, share my content. It can be very combative sometimes, so I try not to get too much in that field, and I just try and do whatever I feel in the moment.
Shira, you're the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and you're here on the March of the Living together with your mother, who is a second generation of Holocaust survivors. Tell me what it means to you personally to be here and how you think that could maybe translate into some of your artwork.
Well, I don't even know how that's going to funnel through. I'm kind of marinating right now. Right now I'm sponging, I'm the sponge. And then there will probably be a marinating phase, and whatever comes out, I'm curious myself. But it means so much to be here, especially with my mom. Her whole family was exterminated in the camp. So just being here with her, seeing the book, seeing our names, finding the names in the book of memory has been so emotional. My whole life felt really connected to Holocaust. I very much as a child remember vividly feeling it very strongly. And so I was very hesitant about coming here. This is my first time. But I feel like it's an important thing to go through as a human being, as an artist, as a Jew, as an Israeli, as a young woman. And it's very intense to be here with all these people.
And what would be your message to other artists and to other influencers?
I think, I don't necessarily like to advocate or to tell people what they should do, but I can only speak for myself. I have a platform, and it's my responsibility to use it the way to the best of my values and to the best of my beliefs, and so I try to do that. And I think that any person, whatever platform they have, should use their voice in any way they can.
Shira Barzilai, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Back to you, Aaron.
As we can see, many of the participants have just entered the entrance to Birkenau from their march from Auschwitz. Let's now take a look at the 35th Annual International March of the Living. They're walking along the historic railroad tracks that brought so many inmates right here to this camp, where they were almost immediately exterminated. And as we just heard from our last interviewee, Shira, this can be an extremely emotional event for so many of today's participants, from the young marchers who have never been here before, to those who have returned many years in a row because they feel like it's important. And then we come to the Holocaust survivors who were imprisoned and tortured in this ghastly sight. And it really is so hard for the rest of us to even conceive of what those survivors endured. In my opinion, it's so very, very brave of them to return. And they do know that they're conveying their memories into the next generation and the generation after that, so that what occurred here at this site will never be forgotten.
Joining us now is the chairman of the board for the Jewish Agency of Israel, the co-owner of the Minnesota Vikings, and the son of Holocaust survivors, Mr. Mark Wilf. Mark, your father was one of the founders of the March of the Living. Exactly 35 years ago, he walked on the same path that you're walking today. How do you think that he would feel if he was with us today, seeing thousands of young people from all over the world marching here?
I think he'd feel proud and hopeful. I think he'd be proud of the young people coming here and learning, although it's a somber visit, and of course the tragedy, and we remember the 6 million Kadoshim. But the education, the learnings that these young people are going to get here, and to learn where intolerance and hate can bring us, and to see so many thousands of young people. He has so many survivors that I've gotten to know over the years, despite everything they went through, so hopeful. And I think these young people represent our future and our hope, and to take the memory of what horrible things happened here and to build a better future for future generations.
You know, the scourge of anti-Semitism that ultimately led to the tragedies that occurred in this place are still not only present, but they're even on the rise in some countries. Can you tell me what the Jewish Agency for Israel is doing to combat the rising tide of anti-Semitism?
Well, I think we have to be strong as a people. The Jewish people and the State of Israel must be strong, and the Jewish Agency for Israel represents that. Anti-Semitism is very much on the rise. And for instance, on college campuses, we have a program of shlichim, of shinshinim, of young people from Israel coming to our campuses, advocating for Israel, teaching young people in America and around the diaspora all over the world how it is to stand up and be proud to be Jewish and to be proud of the State of Israel. And those are lessons that we hope can be shared throughout the younger generations, people here learning what happened, and to share that intolerance, bigotry, prejudice can lead to horrors like this.
A short time from now, you're going to be lighting a torch at the main ceremony of the March of the Living. Can you tell me what message you're going to be conveying when you light that torch?
Well, the conveying is, you know, in the days of the Shoah, there was no State of Israel. There was no one, my parents and the people that, the refugees, the survivors, and of course the 6 million Kadoshim that were lost. There was nowhere for them to go, nowhere for them to turn. And I think we have to be on the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel, be proud of where we are as a people now, thanks to the fact we have a strong State of Israel, and to make sure we stay strong as a people and be thankful places like where my parents came, the United States of America, where there's freedom, where there's democracy, and the proper values are encouraged and flourish, that we have a chance to build thriving lives for the future. And the State of Israel, thank God, is strong and will continue, God willing, for years to come.
Mark, thank you so much for everything that you do for the Jewish people and for being with us here today. Back to you in Birkenau, Aaron.
Joining me now here in Birkenau is the founder and president of the Mitreli Group and the Menomedin Foundation, Chaim Taib, who is the grandson of a Holocaust survivor from Tunisia. And he will today light the first ever torch at the March of the Living dedicated to the memory of the Jews of Tunisia and other North African countries who also suffered during the Holocaust, although this history is often overlooked. Hello, Chaim.
Hello.
Your grandfather is one of the survivors from Tunisia. Can you give us a brief background about the North African Jews during that time?
Yes. The Nazi occupied Tunisia in November 42. Some around 1,000 Jewish people died during this time.
Do you find that many people just don't know that?
Yes, yes. It's a shame, but yes. Yes. Thousands of Jewish men from Tunisia died during the time that the Nazi occupied Tunisia. And my grandfather was taken to labor camps.
Can you please elaborate on that? What were his experiences?
What he told us when I was a little bit before the bar mitzvah, he told us that he was talking to forced labor camps. Actually, they built it. It was an empty place.
Where was
they
that?
Took them.
Where was that labor camp located?
It was behind the city, behind Tunisia city. They took them. It was him and another 5,000 more or less men, and they built it there. Then, after 5 months more or less, escape.
Wow!
And he came one night back home, and my grandmother saw him skin and bone with the beer, and he was
terrible suffering.
Yes, terrible suffering. Yes.
Today, you work extensively to develop the economy and education in Africa, building a bridge between the continent with the state of Israel and the Jewish people. To what extent is your activity linked to your roots?
Yes, I tell you, my feeling it's that my parents came to Israel from Tunisia, from North Africa.
What year?
47.
Okay. Pre-state Israel.
Yes, they built the state of Israel, and I came back to Africa 31 years ago. So for me, it's closed circle. And when I came to Africa in the beginning, I didn't understand what I'm doing here, but slowly I became to mentalize that I'm here because I need to do the tikkun olam. I need to change and to help
heal the world.
Children, and help children to get food security, to get clean water, to get better education, to get better health, and that's what I'm doing there.
It's really very touching. And you clearly speak English well. I assume you learned Hebrew in Israel. Yes. And what do you speak when you're in Tunisia?
I born in Israel. My parents spoke Arab.
And you learned
Arabic.
From your parents?
Yes.
It's terrific. Yes. Now, Africa has a history of genocide and very brutal and bloody wars. Do you think that the Holocaust has carried any impact there?
I think so. I was in Rwanda. I saw the museum of the genocide of Rwanda. They talking also about the Holocaust of the Jewish people and other that happened in the world during the years. But yes, definitely, I think yes.
How does your own history of your grandfather and his suffering affect you on a day-to-day basis, or particularly when you come here to Auschwitz-Birkenau?
Yeah, I'm going to light in the first time the torch here in the memory of the 1,000 Jewish men that die in Tunisia. It's very emotional for me, but I feel that this is the mission.
It's absolutely wonderful that that is being acknowledged today and that you will light that torch. We will look forward to seeing you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Taib. And now we go back to Alex live in Auschwitz.
Also marching today with us are 15 police commissioners from Europe and the United States who are on a special program supported by the Miller Center at Rutgers University that aims to educate senior officers about anti-Semitism. Today, that education continues at the very site where millions of Jews were murdered as a result of the most vicious form of anti-Semitism in modern history. We're here now today with Paul Goldenberg, who is the Chief Advisor for Policy and International Policing at the Miller Center, Carl Heeren, who is the first commissioner of the Antwerp Police Department in Belgium and Chief Officer for External Affairs and International Relations, and Ben Heyman, who's the Chief of Staff of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. Carl, this is your second March of the Living. Why are you here again today?
Yes, thank you. It is indeed my second time because it's so important. I'm not here by myself. I brought some officers from the Antwerp Police Department, but the idea came last year when I attended to bring together some senior officers from all over the world. So I reached out to Paul, and he was so kind to put this delegation together, whereas we tried to bring the message throughout our organizations worldwide, because it's a global issue and we want to face it globally together and stand together in facing hate crimes and anti-Semitism.
Paul, how important do you think that Holocaust education is as part of the fight against anti-Semitism and hate crimes in general?
It's critical. I mean, as we stand on this ground where so many lost their lives, not just Jews, Roma, Catholics, Protestants, people from the LGBTQ community. It's amazing that this is ground zero, literally, for what can happen if society allows hatred and bigotry to fester. And the police are very much a part of the social fabric and infrastructure of democracy, and the police can make decisions. And unfortunately, in some cases, as we saw not only in World War II, but in other parts of the world, sometimes police are on the wrong side of history.
Ben, you know, what is your purpose for being here, and what is the role of policing in combating hate crimes?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. It's my distinct honor and privilege to be here to represent the Metropolitan Police Department, and also to be joined by so many police colleagues from around the world. The Metropolitan Police Department has worked with our officers over the last 20 years on educating around impacts of the Holocaust and also hate crimes and very similar pieces to make our community safer and stronger. Today it's a very deeply personal journey as well, and to be able to represent the Metropolitan Police Department and men and women of law enforcement in learning how to not repeat history is incredibly important.
Carl, are you seeing a rise in anti-Semitism in Belgium now, and what are you doing as a police force to protect the Jewish communities there?
Well, hate crimes in general are an online phenomenon, as we saw in a previous era, physical attacks and Molotov cocktails thrown to synagogues, etc. We now see an online race of hate crime generally. And it's our job to have our detectives be very alert and to react on these online hate crimes, because it can easily become physical hate crimes. And this is something we want to prevent at all costs.
Paul, you're going to be lighting a torch at the ceremony in just a little bit. Tell me the message that you're going to convey at the ceremony.
We're going to stand today in front of 10,000, if not the world, as the world's police, and we're going to pledge that we will do everything in our power, everything in our hearts and souls, to ensure that we are very much proactive in the fight against hatred and bigotry. We have seen hatred go in just the last, we've seen you asked about anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic crimes 20, 25 years ago, where it was scribbling and writing on the facades of Jewish institutions, and today you have heavily armed individuals who go from flash to bang online, on the internet, this thing we call social media, in a matter of seconds, and now are gaining entry to Jewish institutions and other institutions of faith, for that matter, and are causing havoc, pain, and mass destruction. So we're not in a great place, and we need to ensure that the police have a very strong role in understanding not only how to investigate hate crimes, but the impact that those crimes have not only on themselves, that's why we're here today, but on society as well.
Officers, thank you so much for being with us here today at the March of the Living.
Many of the delegations, as you can see, are carrying flags of their own nations, while we see a majority of Israeli flags, whether they are being carried by Israelis themselves or people from other countries, as a sign of solidarity with the state of the Jewish people who suffered so badly due to the so-called final solutions of the Nazis, which, despite their orchestrated attempts, thank God, failed.
Joining me now is my good friend, Ilan Carr. former U.S. Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism in the previous U.S. administration. You're also representing the Combat Anti-Semitism group, Combat Anti-Semitism movement, and you're also on a special delegation of ambassadors being led by current U.S. Ambassador to Israel Thomas Nides and former U.S. Ambassador to Israel David Friedman. You've been so active in the fight against global anti-Semitism. In your view, how important are programs like the March of the Living that bring thousands of people to physically witness the results of the most vile forms of anti-Semitism here at Auschwitz and other concentration camps?
Well, Alex, thank you for having me, and it's critically important because when you come to a place like this and walk the ground soiled with the blood of the Jewish people, you realize where this hatred can lead. And in order to understand how despicable, how dangerous, how destructive is this hatred that is anti-Semitism that's with us despite this happening recently, only 80 years ago. Jews were being exterminated right here where we stand, and yet anti-Semitism is with us. That's why it is so important that we come here, we experience this, and we say with one clarion unified voice, never again. And so I'm very proud to be here together with Ambassadors Nides and Friedman and representing the Combat Anti-Semitism movement in standing shoulder to shoulder with students and clergy and diplomats and leaders, all of whom are here to say never again.
Now, the Combat Anti-Semitism movement has been monitoring anti-Semitic incidents from across the spectrum, and in particular, you've identified threats coming from three distinct areas of the political spectrum, so to speak, which are the far left, the far right, and from radical Islam. Tell me, which of those do you think represents the most potent threat, and where should most of the effort be focused on fighting these threats?
Well, that's exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. What we're seeing is Jew hatred coming from three distinct ideological camps that, remarkably enough, find common cause in this hatred of the Jewish people, and that is the far right, which certainly is represented by Nazism, as we we're here in this Nazi ground, but we have far right groups today that threaten the Jewish people, and the radical left, which is a tsunami of growing anti-Semitism that is spreading throughout circles of leadership on campuses. I mean, what Jewish students have to undergo going to school, the hatred, the vilification focused usually on Jewish peoplehood and certainly on the Jewish state is despicable and a serious threat to our future. And then, of course, militant Islam, which is a continuing problem. And so what I said when I was in my role as special envoy is, look, if you really intend to fight Jew hatred, you have to fight all its variants. You can't pick and choose. You can't underplay or ignore any of the sources. You have to fight all of them because, at the end of the day, Alex, if you leave 2/3 or even 1/3 of a tumor untreated, the patient doesn't do well. So you either fight all of it or you might as well fight none of it.
Well, the Combat Anti-Semitism movement and so many other groups now are engaged in the fight against anti-Semitism, and yet the tide of anti-Semitism continues and the number of incidents, soft and hard, are continuing to rise. What needs to be done that hasn't been done, and can all of these groups working together somehow find the cure once and for all for anti-Semitism?
Well, I think absolutely we can, and if I weren't optimistic, I wouldn't be in this fight. I really think we can roll back this scourge, not just contain it, but really roll it back and defeat it. But it's going to take a lot of work. It's going to, first of all, take unity. It's going to take Jewish unity, which we certainly need right now. It's in short supply. But it also requires all of us to join together and to understand what we're fighting against, but also what we're fighting for. And this brings me to the crux of it. You've got to defend against Jew hatred, but if all we do is defend against this, we're never going to win a strategic victory in the fight. A strategic victory requires an offensive, strategic weapon. And that's affirmatively driving a philo-Semitic narrative to champion what the Jewish people have brought to the world, the values of Judaism that have transformed civilization. And when we talk about that, we're defining the haters. Far from allowing haters to define the Jewish people, we're defining the haters as standing against everything we've brought to the world. And look, there are amazing stories to be told. Right here in Poland, where we stand today, is a remarkable history that the Polin Museum, for example, in Warsaw, is a gem in bringing this out. 900 years of Jewish history in Poland, which is a wonderful, beautiful, transformative history. It's the same story in Germany and in France and in England and in Russia and, yes, in the United States of America, countries transformed by the Jewish presence and by Jewish heritage that played such an important role in the life and in the very identity of these countries. That's what we have to start talking about. And until we really start driving philo-Semitism, we won't really win a strategic victory in the battle against Jew hatred.
Elon Carr, thank you so much. Take it away, Aaron.
Thanks so much, Alex. Here with us now are the U.S. ambassadors to Israel, current one Thomas Nides, and his predecessor, Ambassador David Friedman. Hello to you both, and thank you so much for taking time to be with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great to be here.
What message is important for you to convey to our audience from this site?
Look, this is ground zero for evil, for the worst atrocities ever committed against human beings. And so it's the right place to stand against hatred, in particular to stand against anti-Semitism, and most importantly to stand together against anti-Semitism. Tom and I, from different parties, different backgrounds, different political outlooks, nonetheless, we are very much standing together with no daylight between us in our fight against anti-Semitism.
I think that, as David said, there has an enormous symbolism being here, and I feel it in my core as David does. But there's also some hope here. Just look behind us. Look at the kids, the 10,000 kids who from all over the world are coming here to understand the importance of the Holocaust, and for us to never forget. And that's the message that we're all taking home tonight.
So never forgetting, how much do you believe that the history of the Holocaust has influenced the unbreakable bond between the United States and the state of the Jewish people, Israel, that exists today?
I don't think words can actually magnify how important it is. Obviously, at the end of World War II, and as you know, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel next week. That is a hallmark of the outcome. The idea that we're all standing here, they didn't win, we won.
Absolutely.
The Jews won.
Absolutely.
And the country of Israel is stronger than ever. And the idea that we're here on the 75th anniversary is a testament to the strength of the Jewish people and the importance of America's relationship with Israel.
Ambassador Friedman, would you like to add anything to that about the bond between Israel and the United States?
Well, I think it's incredibly important and it's essential, I believe, to the survival of the Jewish people. Jews have lived for thousands of years with many things. They've had great discoveries, they've had great intellectual advancements, but they've never had one critical thing to their survival, and that's power. And Israel represents the first time in thousands of years that Jews have power, the ability to defend themselves, as every people must. That power derives from the incredible fortitude of the Israeli population in conjunction with the unbreakable support that comes from the United States. And so, we're really partners in this endeavor to make sure that Israel survives for 1,000 years and the Jewish people never again have to confront this horrific set of circumstances that occurred here in Birkenau and elsewhere in all the death camps.
I understand that, Ambassador Nides, this is your first time visiting and marching, but Ambassador Friedman, you have marched before.
I have.
What do you tell others about the importance of the International March of the Living?
Well, what I tell people is that you can be familiar with the Holocaust, you can read about the Holocaust, you can go to Yad Vashem, which is an incredible place, or the Holocaust museums in America, which are all very, very well done. But there's nothing like being here.
I absolutely agree with you. I'm just going to interject because I'm sure you're feeling the same thing. This is my first visit, and I knew a great deal about the Holocaust. But being here, it's different.
I can't. Listen, I'm here because David asked me to come here. I mean, obviously, no, but I'm honest. To be clear, David came to see me 6 months ago and said, I didn't even heard of the March of the Living, to be honest with you, and said there's a wonderful, beautiful thing that I went to 4 years ago. It's called the March of the Living. Thousands of kids show up in Auschwitz to walk from Auschwitz to Birkenau. Would you be willing to co-chair it with me? And I said,
wow,
absolutely.
Fantastic.
You know, a Democrat, a Republican coming together. This doesn't know partisanship, as David knows. This is about fighting hatred, fighting anti-Semitism, making sure that young people never forget. And there's nothing more satisfying to me as an American, as the American ambassador to Israel, as a Jew. So I'm honored to be doing that.
We are unfortunately about to run out of time, but I'd like to hear briefly from you both. How concerned are you about the level of anti-Semitism in the United States, and do you believe enough is being done to combat that?
I'm very concerned. By definition, enough is not being done because we have to keep fighting and end this scourge. There's lots of ways to do it. It's a longer conversation.
Right.
But I believe a lot of people are committed to fight this as never before.
And any level of anti-Semitism is simply unacceptable.
Any level is unacceptable.
And then be clear. You know, we've got to do what we're doing today. Just look at these pictures behind us. This is what it's all. The future is not with David and me. The future is with the kids. And the kids need to understand it and need to fight it and to understand it because the future is their future. And that's why this march is so important.
Amen.
Amen. What do you feel when you look at the young people? And then, of course, we have 40 Holocaust survivors leading the delegation today. When you imagine what it must be like for them.
It's really impossible to put yourself in their shoes. We struggle with it every day. Two of my kids went on this program and were forever changed by that.
As was my daughter.
Yeah.
But so, unfortunately, we need to tie up now. We need to let you go to the ceremony. I want to thank both of you very much for being here. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Thomas Nides, and former Ambassador David Friedman. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
And we will now take another look at the March of Living in progress.
We're here now with Pastor Larry Huck, the founder and senior pastor of New Beginnings Church in Dallas, Texas, and also the International Larry Huck Ministries. Your television program, New Beginnings, is watched and followed by hundreds of thousands of people around the world. You do so much to support Israel. Can you tell me about some of the activities that you and your community do to support and strengthen the state of Israel?
Well, like just last year, we were able to raise and give to Israel over around $2.5 million for Aliyah. That's our main thing we support, and to help feed Holocaust survivors. We work with Magen David Adom for ambulances, and the purpose of that is that we teach people, number one, to love Israel, to love the Jewish people, and we have a saying, where your treasure is, that's where your heart is. And so as we get people to support Israel and stand with Israel, we see their heart growing towards the love of the nation of Israel and its right to exist.
Despite your positive messages, violent and soft anti-Semitism is rising in the United States. You know, why do you think that's happening?
Well, without getting too spiritual, I believe the attack that's always been against the Jewish people is an attack against God. That the Jewish people are the chosen race. They're the ones that gave the world, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I read in a speech that Hitler made years ago, I was researching, why this? Why Auschwitz? Why this hate? And Hitler said something in a speech to his leaders. He said, as long as there's one Jew left on the earth, there'll be the presence of God. And so I know I'm making it probably way too simple, but I believe the hatred towards the Jewish people is an hatred towards the kingdom of God. And when we are able to address Christians and say, Jews and Christians alike, we're serving the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And you know, I know the statistics that say the number that anti-Semitism is growing, but I can tell you we have a couple million people that follow us, and their love for Israel and their love for the Jewish people and their love for the nation of Israel is growing, and it's like a snowball. It's like an avalanche of Christians' eyes being opened for the love of not only the land of Israel but for the Jewish people around the world.
And how important is it for people to come and get Holocaust education, even to see the sites of the Holocaust firsthand, like here at Auschwitz, in order to better understand the growing threats of anti-Semitism that we now face?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, this is my first trip. I've been standing with Israel for around 30 years, and last year I had the great privilege of spending 2 hours with Rabbi Lau, Israel Lau in Israel, and he said, come with me, walk with me. And being here, you know, 6 million is a number that we can't get our head around. But when you look at what happened to people here, it's not just 6 million people were murdered. It's 6 million somebody's mom, somebody's dad, somebody's child. And I didn't realize that I would feel what I'm feeling here and to realize that this was beyond inhuman. And once again, I think it's a spiritual thing. It's for people to treat anybody this way is not human. And when you come here, and I've been to Yad Vashem probably, I'll be in Israel in 2 weeks, and this will be my 40th trip. And so I've been to Yad Vashem 40, 50 times, Holocaust museums around the world. They don't do what being here does, is because this is where those moms and those dads and those babies and those sons and those daughters breathe their last breath. And I'm bringing, next year for the March of the Living, I'm bringing as many young people as I can, because we have to pass this about. I know it's almost becoming just words, but never again. And when you come here and you feel what you feel, you're going to say in your heart, not on my watch, never again. And I know that's kind of a cliche, but being here is a life changer.
Pastor Gary Huck, thank you so much for being with us. Back to you, Aaron.
Look, we see so many people have already arrived at Birkenau. We see men in uniform. We see different police officers. We see the young marchers. We've seen the Holocaust survivors. It's just incredibly moving. We see people with the flags. When you can look right there, and that's where a selection once was. That's where they actually took Jews off trains and chose who would live and who would die. Right where those people we're looking at were standing at one time. It's very hard not to have tears in your eyes when you think what happened on these grounds. Joining me now is Revital Kokovsky, the Deputy CEO of the International March of the Living. What can you tell us about the March of the Living overall?
Hello, Erin. We're celebrating our 35th anniversary today with 10,000 participants that are come from all four corners of the globe. We have people today from Australia to Brazil, from Argentina to Germany, people that are Jews, and many of them are non-Jews. The International March of the Living was founded under the basis that the Holocaust is not just a Jewish issue, it's a universal issue. And we need to educate the world at large about the lessons of the Holocaust, and they need to fight racism and anti-Semitism.
Can you elaborate a little bit more about what is special about today's March of the Living?
I think the most special thing about the march today is that we have 40 Holocaust survivors from across the world leading this march. They will be the first to march and lead the 10,000 participants. And for us, the survivors are like our hearts. I mean, we are here to hear the story from them and to pass it to the next generation. Elie Wiesel, who were in the 1990 march here, told us that when you listen to a witness, you become a witness. And what we do at the March of the Living is creating living witnesses to carry the torch of memory after the survivors are no longer be with us.
Absolutely. During the march, will they have time? Will they be able to interact with some of the young participants?
you have to understand that the march is a peak of a 7-day journey throughout Poland. They're visiting the ghettos, the camps, the synagogues, the cultural institutes. They're exploring 1,000 year of Jewish life, and they're spending time with the survivors on a long journey. The march is the peak of it. They're marching shoulder to shoulder, and they hear the story from there. They're there for them. They're hugging them, and this is what is so special about the March of the Living.
My own daughter attended the 2011 March of the Living, and I have to say, she was very impacted by it. Is that what you hear from the younger participants?
Yes. Also, we've conducted long-term impact research about the participants of the march, and what we've learned that people who are coming from the march are coming back more tolerant people. They're more activist towards fighting hatred in all of its forms. They're more connected to the Jewish identity and heritage. So the march has a long-term impact about the participants on a personal and also in a communal life that they're doing, and they're going back to the community as a change agent of torchbearer of Holocaust memory.
What about you personally? You've been involved in the International March of the Living for some time. How do you feel on successive visits back here?
This will be my 15th March. I was born on January 6th. The very same day my great-grandfather, Angelo Sonnino of Rome, was killed here in Auschwitz. So I feel very connected to the place, and through March of the Living I also met my husband, who was a journalist who came to cover the March of the Living, and we met her and later he went to tutor groups to Poland. So the Holocaust is very much a family thing to us. It's personal, and I'm very proud to be with the International March of the Living and safeguarding Holocaust memory.
Do you ever find that it's too much? Your entire life, your profession, your family, you're oriented around this place.
You know, Erin, many people ask me about this, and my answer is no, it's never too much for me. I feel so privileged to be able to do what I'm doing. I can't get enough of spending time with Holocaust survivors, hugging them, listening to them. I feel that it's a great, great privilege, and I'm honored to do what I'm doing.
Are you concerned, I'm sure you are, about the fact that, I mean, today we are so lucky 40 Holocaust survivors are here, about the day that will come when time will have passed and they won't be able to join us?
Of course we're concerned, and I don't think the world is ready for the day without survivors. But what we're doing here at the March of the Living, as I said, we are creating new witnesses and people who will take the torch of memory and carry it to the next generations. This is our mission.
Tremendously important work. Revital Krakowski, thank you so much for taking the time to explain this to us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Erin.
Now we're taking a look again at the 2023 March in progress. Joining me now, we have two survivors with us. And I'd really like to thank you both for being not only with me today, but thank you for being here. Thank you for coming and sharing your stories with the participants. I think it's so critical. I am going to introduce you. We have Anita Caro, who was originally from what was then Poland, today's Ukraine. And we also have Rosette Adler-Goldstein, who was a hidden child in France. But I'd like to have you share your stories. Tell us where you were born and how you survived.
I was born in Lviv in 1938. We were taken to the ghetto. The ghetto in Lviv was a horrible place.
How old were you when you moved to the ghetto?
I was 3 years old.
Unbelievable.
And I had two sisters. One was newly born and one was 2 years older. The ghetto of Lviv was a place that had 150 souls, Jews interned. The ghetto of Lviv was a place where it was easier to die than to live. From the 150,000 inmates, only 200 survived, and I am one of them.
I'm so glad. And Rosetta, would you tell us your story, Rosette, briefly?
I was born in Paris, France, in 1938. My parents We're originally from Poland, from Lodz. And my father had been thrown out of the French army. Why? Because he was a Jew. And he enlisted in a camp in France for working for the French and German interests. And he saw what was happening, and he met a farmer. His name was Monsieur Martin. And he said to him, I have a 4-year-old daughter. You know what's happening. Would you hide her? And Monsieur Martin said, I don't know, I have to ask my wife. You know, it's very dangerous.
And at the risk of their own lives.
I'm sorry?
At the risk of their own lives.
Yes. And the next day, he came back and he said, I spoke to my wife. We have 3 daughters. We're going to have 4. And this is how I came to live with them.
Oh, my goodness. Can you tell me, why is it important for you to be here today? And both of you are traveling here today from the United States, from the state of Florida. Why is it important for you to be here today?
It is very important for us to be here so we can tell our story, because through education and looking back to the past, we can prevent the future to bring us unhappiness again. My mother was a very courageous woman who saved 3 children together. We escaped from the ghetto of Lwów and passed ourselves as Catholics. And I became a very fervent Catholic girl for about 2 years of my life. And it was even very difficult to go back to Judaism after the war. But I did. And today I have 2 children, a son and a daughter, and I have 6 grandchildren. And soon I will be a great-grandmother.
Mazal tov.
Toda rava.
And Ms. Carol?
I have been on 7 marches of the living.
I'm sorry, Rosette.
I feel it is so important for young people to hear us. We're in the winter of our lives. We're not going to be here much longer. And these children have to tell our stories, especially with the way things are going today. I'm very afraid. We've all of us have seen some of the things that are happening today, and we are frightened.
I just spoke to both U.S. ambassadors about the rising level of anti-Semitism, and no level is acceptable, and if enough is being done to combat that. But I'm also so terribly worried about the day when we can't hear voices from people who experience these things, that something will be lost. I hope that your descendants will learn from you. Is it hard for you to share your stories with your grandchildren, your children?
It is hard, but they listen, and they listen. And then we have opportunities, I'm sure, Rosette and I, to lecture at the schools and children that are younger, and they listen, and I hope they will learn.
I very much hope so. I need to let you go now to the ceremony. So, Rosette Adler-Goldstein,
yes.
Anita Caro, thank you again very much for being with us today.
And thank you for letting us be here and being able to convey how we feel.
It's my honor.
Thank you.
It's all of our honor.
Thank you so much.
Now we return to look at the march as more people arrive.
Blau Ella.
Do I talk? Do I talk? Do I talk?
Miklos from
One of the most powerful moments of the 2022 March of the Living was the lighting of a torch of hope by Eitan Naislos, and a third-generation descendant of a Holocaust survivor, and the March of the Living ambassador to the Gulf states, His Excellency Ahmed Al-Mansouri from the United Arab Emirates, who was also the founder of the first Holocaust memorial in the Arab and Muslim world, which is called the Crossroads of Civilizations Museum. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me today.
Thank you.
Your participation here last year truly inspired millions around the world to believe that together we can defeat hate and promote tolerance. How did the march impact you?
Exactly 1 year ago, immediately prior to coming to the march, I stood at the House of Lords in London, and there I accepted the torch of remembrance from Holocaust survivor Eve Kruger. And we had a historic first. We invited Caroline, a descendant of a Nazi, third generation.
Oh my goodness.
And there, we didn't have one dry eye in the room. And I had a moment of enlightenment, understanding the importance of reconciliation and addressing the intergenerational trauma of the third generation and beyond. And so I asked myself a question: how can this torch of remembrance become a torch of divine truth, of peace and of unity? And how better form of an expression to invite His Excellency Ahmed Al-Mansouri to join me at the march, to lead the march on behalf of the third generation, and light the torch of remembrance as a symbol of peace and of unity. And so I walked in through the gates of hell with a friend, and I walked out with a dear Muslim brother.
It's wonderful and very touching. And His Excellency?
Thank you very much. It was a great impact when I came here, at so many levels. At one level is personal level, also regional level, also international level. Personal level, it was very educative for me. I mean, to see it, to experience. I mean, the worst genocide against humanity, which would happen to the Jews at that time, coming from an area that we don't talk much about it. We have known about the Holocaust. We know about the Aryan doctor and Hitler and what they have done, but I have never seen the experience. But when I went there, went to concentration camps, went to the places, still there are certain images that stays with me there, and helped me a lot also to improve my exhibition there about the Holocaust. And that exhibition, which we have started it in 2021, April 8th, that was Yom Hashua at that time. And we had a commemoration, also the gallery. And we added more stories. Also, there's another side of it. It's the side of the hope, because for people who are denying Holocaust, for people who are refusing to talk about the Holocaust, this was something that it's a historical thing happened here. Being here, experiencing here, is totally much better than going to visit, simulations or museums on that,
Absolutely.
as Ambassador Friedman was saying. So, but at the end, now we are together, Arabs and Jews, Muslims and Jewish people, hand by hand, side by side, swearing and having the covenant, the bond to stop and this to not happen again, never ever to happen again. On the international level, right after the March of the Living, I was honored to be invited by His Holiness the Pope to join with my Israeli friends to go talk only about the Holocaust. And exactly 1 month, and from 18th April and 18th of May, I was there in the Vatican. And for the first time, we took gifts there from the Holocaust, and they are permanently in the Museum of the Vatican. Regional level, this also, if I talk about it just very briefly, it helped many people to understand more, because it opened the conversation. The whole idea is about communication conversation. And, and how can we move forward, and try to really focus on the hope. And I have a section about the hope, about the righteous among the nations. Yeah, about that.
I would like to follow up with you, Your Excellency, and ask you about last year, just a year ago, you hosted an historic event in Dubai that marked the 84 years since the Kristallnacht. How was that event received there?
It was a very powerful event, with my brother Eitan and with March of the Livings. We've organized this event, and we expected, less people coming there. By the time there, we have local media, people from the local community. We have the children, the students, my children also. They were involved in it, lighting the torch there.
Very nice.
Of course, the message should go back, also continuous message, and and it was live. In Israel and all around the world. So I was very honored to host, the March of the Living, the international event for the Kristallnacht in the museum. And that event paved the way for my last event in January for the International Day of Holocaust. I had double the size people came, more people from the Arab world and from the local community, and more people are asking about the Holocaust more and learning more about it. So such events, it's very important. For us, peace is not about political, economic, or defense. These are only important to pave the way. For us, it's a complete, we take it completely, in a compassionate way.
Eitan, exactly a year ago, you stood here with a shoebox containing memories that your grandmother had during the Holocaust. Just a few months after that, you joined the March of the Living, the campaign specifically Soul to Soul, a campaign that's dedicated to the restoration of the deteriorating shoes of children who were murdered during Auschwitz, particularly here in Birkenau. Can you explain the significance of that mission? Does it bring you any kind of a solace over what happened to your grandmother and millions of others?
About 3 years ago, I was sitting in my mother's lounge, and there I discovered a shoebox of memories that my late grandmother, Tamara Zisserman, of blessed memory, left for us. And there she chronicles her harrowing survival story. At the tender age of 11, the Nazis rounded up her entire family, the entire Jewish community in Belarus, marched them to their graveyards and shot them dead or alive, buried. And the Chodosevich family, a religious Christian family, saved her. They hid her in the chimney. And they paid the ultimate price when the Nazis discovered them for their role, marched them while they were holding their 6-month-old baby to the very graveyard where my family are buried, and shot them there.
That is just unbelievable. I know we'll hear more from you later. I could talk to you far longer, but right now we need to go to the next event. So thank you both so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
And right now we see so many people gathered around the entrance to the Birkenau camp. Again, if you're just joining us, they are walking right along the railway line, the same place that the actual horrific cattle cars brought packed. They were packed with so many people who'd gone some days and sometimes weeks without water or food. People had died along the journey because it was so horrific. Then they arrived here where they were unloaded. And joining me now are two more survivors who are with us today. We have Herschel Greenblatt and we have Celia Kenner. I want to ask you to tell me about your story. Where were you born and how did you survive?
I was born in Ukraine, outside the city of Kremenchuk. My father was originally from Lublin, Poland. In late 1939, he escaped from Lublin after, I guess, the invasion of Poland, and met up with my mother and a group that she was in hiding with in the caves around her hometown. I was born about 3 months before Operation Barbarossa, and late summer of 1941, my mother was badly wounded by some shrapnel, and my father and I and my mother escaped further into Russia, into Ukraine, and we spent almost 3 years in hiding. And
did you lose family members?
My father lost his whole family. My father was the youngest of 16 children.
Oh my gosh.
His brothers and sisters were taken to Belzec concentration camp.
Horrible one.
That's where my father's family were taken, and my mother's family they were shot to death outside their hometown.
I just cannot imagine.
In Russia.
And Celia, let's go to you now. Tell us your story.
I was born in Lvov, Poland. I was an only child. I was to start school that fall. Obviously, the Germans invaded, and it was on that day that I was to have a famous, important ballet recital. That never took place. My father, my biological father, was drafted to the Russian army. My Polish friends became my enemies, and shortly we had to go to the ghetto. In the ghetto with my mom and some family members, mom being young, strong, and beautiful, drafted to work in the Janowska forced labor camp outside of the ghetto. She would come back only periodically. I was left in charge of my aunt, uncle, and when they would go into hiding, they brought me along. One of the times I was not permitted in. It was to be a long raid. My aunt and uncle went. They thought that we would meet in the morning. They made me cover myself up and wait overnight. In the early morning, I heard footsteps, and my aunt's voice rang out, "Celia, we will not see you anymore."
Oh.
Now I was
Oh.
alone. I had no one to turn to. I became the sort of babysitter for babies that parents left behind in order to go into hiding.
I
They
really
couldn't
can't
take their
imagine that.
babies.
I'm afraid now we
So-
need to go because we need to take a look at the thousands of people who are now streaming
Okay.
in. I would like to
Okay.
thank you both so much again
Okay.
for taking time. I know you need to also go to this ceremony. Your granddaughter, congratulations. Really, my daughter marched here before as well. Congratulations. Thank you
Okay.
again, Herschel
Okay.
Greenblatt and Celia Kenner. Thank you so much for being with
Okay,
us.
so I didn't get to say that it was the Polish family
Who helped-
risked
who
their
hid you.
life to
Right.
save me. They saved me, and a family like mine was hung out the window across the street. So they put me in their barn, where unbeknownst to me, they were hiding my mother. So now mother and I were reunited in a barn, which the family did not know about, only my Polish mother. Eventually, we were reunited after the war, my father from Russia, my mother and I, as an intact family.
Wow, how
So-
unusual and how fortunate.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much again
Okay.
for sharing with us in such a brief time.
Okay.
So many poignant moments.
Thank you for
And I
doing
would like
what
to
you're
mention,
doing.
in case you need to hurry, that the official ceremony will begin, I've just been told, in about 5 minutes. We now see young people gathering just ahead of the ceremony. Many of them have extremely somber faces. It's obviously not a happy event, and yet it is. There's a juxtaposition here. People are so happy to be part of the March of the Living, to show that despite so many efforts to carry out a genocide, an utter genocide of the Jewish people, we are here, we are strong, and we have so many supporters, because there are a lot of non-Jewish participants here today in a sign of strong solidarity with the Jewish people, with the state of Israel, and it's important for them to be here today. Joining me right now is one of those young participants, Jacob, last name Spall. And tell us why you're here. Do you have family members who are survivors?
So I do not have any survivor family members, but I'm here with the Los Angeles delegation. There's about 170 teens. We've all come together.
170?
Yeah, we've all come together to kind of experience the march in this kind of surreal experience. And
Is this part of your high school programming, or is this separate?
so it's separate. All the Jewish teens from kind of the surrounding high schools can come together and take part in this amazing trip and kind of really understand what happened and hear stories from survivors.
Do you have family members?
I do not personally.
Are you Jewish?
Yes, I am.
And so, through your Jewish education or your family, how important has the Holocaust been in growing up and understanding about it? How much of a focus has that been for you?
It's been very important. I feel like a lot of people nowadays are forgetting about it and people don't hear about it enough. So my parents and friends have really stressed to me that you need to learn about it more, you need to share the story and speak about it and educate others.
I remember when I was your age, and I was raised in Colorado, spent most of my life in Israel, but I remember some of my contemporaries, my peers, had never heard of the Holocaust, which shocked me even then. But do you encounter that?
Rarely. Living in Los Angeles, there's a lot of people, Jews and people who have heard about the Holocaust, but
True.
there's definitely people who've heard of it but know nothing about it.
I can completely understand that. Sorry, we just couldn't quite hear you, so I'll help you there. And there's a lot of wind, as you can feel it. But so this is your first visit here?
This is my first time, yes.
How have you been feeling so far? If you can share with us what you're experiencing.
It's been amazing. It's a very unique feeling. It's kind of hard to describe. It's surreal, but at the same time, it's like meaningful because I'm able to meet survivors and see kind of firsthand what happened.
You know, I completely share that with you. It's also my first visit here. I knew a lot about the Holocaust, but being here is different. And I don't know if anyone's pointed out to you, and our audience can't see it, but right to the immediate right of us is one of the crematoria, and there's also one over on the left. So we are right between such ghastly and unimaginable sights. So it's different to be here and feel that, isn't it?
Very much
Than to
so.
see a photograph.
Exactly. My whole life I've seen videos, movies, photographs of concentration camps in Poland, and I've now firsthand seeing it in person. It's amazing to see what I've been seeing on TV, but in person it's just a different feeling you can't describe.
So you're one of the younger generation that, you know, my friends refer to as the Instagram generation. And sorry to tell you, but, you know, they're used to TikTok and click, click, click. Is it hard for you or your peers to, or any of the participants who've shared thoughts with you, is it difficult with many young people to connect and remain interested, for example, in a documentary or a book, or a film? Because
Well, I know for me personally, it's something that's very important to me and I kind of find dear to my heart. So when anything concerning the Holocaust comes up, it's a lot easier for me to kind of sit down and focus. But I've noticed a lot with my peers that just even like when our survivors are talking, just listening to them and not going on your phone, people have trouble doing or not talking to their friends. So it's kind of hard to watch sometimes people not give their full respect and understand that this is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we're probably going to be the last generation to be able to speak with survivors in person.
Absolutely.
So,
did you happen to, as you were marching today, meet with any survivors, spend time with them?
So not while I was marching, but we have one on our bus who we were able to speak to today and hear her stories, which is very amazing, and ask questions, which is pretty cool.
It's like incredible endurance that these people demonstrate after what they've been through. And I cannot imagine how they feel coming back to these places to revisit them where they lost family members and siblings and sometimes their own children. And is that what you've been exposed to? Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, coming from a person like me who has lost no family, I am Jewish, but lost no family, has no physical connection to a place like this, and me experiencing it myself, and then seeing someone like a survivor who either was here or has lost families and friends here, it's crazy to me. I know it's hard for me to be here, but I cannot imagine from their perspective how hard it is.
I really can't. Prior to coming on the march today as part of your trip here, have you visited other death camps?
Not yet. We actually got here yesterday, but I know in the next week or so we're going to be traveling around. I think we come back to Auschwitz and Birkenau tomorrow to be able to kind of fully tour them.
And spend more time. Oh, I'm glad
Yes.
you're going to get a guided tour, because we arrived yesterday and it was really important to me to have a sense of this place, and it gives you even a deeper feeling where you can connect to it. And hopefully, and fortunately, you came here with a certain body of knowledge, which will help you.
Yes.
Will you recognize the sites that you have seen, do you think? I looked at so many photographs before I came. I actually knew what everything was. Are you bringing that
Yes.
level?
I definitely like walking into Auschwitz, the entrance, like that was like kind of very mind-blowing for me because I've seen that picture a million times. So big monuments like that I think are very, I've recognized, but other than that, a lot of it's pretty new to me because I haven't really dove into the small parts of each camp. But I'm kind of excited to learn more about it, and then once I go home, being able to look at pictures and kind of see, oh yeah, I saw that in person. Like I was able to experience that.
I don't know if you noticed this, but I found it yesterday, and I don't know if our viewers can see it now, but directly behind me, toward the entrance, right back there, is one of the railway cars. And I personally was just stunned to see it, to touch it, to realize how high the platform was. The elderly people, little children, were expected to evacuate quick, and having people scream at them and dogs barking. Could you feel that? Could you sense that? You just passed that railway car.
Yes. It was crazy to see in person because, like you've seen in movies like Schindler's List, the railway cars and people being crowded on and packed in on them, and you hear stories and read books about it. But really seeing it in person and seeing how high up, as you said, and how real it is, and it's crazy to see. Like it's so in your face and kind of an amazing thing to witness.
Once again, Jacob, well, thank you so very much for being with us. The ceremony is about to start, so perhaps you need to move over there. Thank you again for being with us, and I wish you a very meaningful and personal connection here. It's something that will stay with you forever. Thank you. So between 20 to 30,000 Jews fought against the Nazis and their collaborators during the Second World War. One of the most prominent of those was Abba Kovner. And he was the first to declare, "We will not go like sheep to the slaughter," after he learned about the mass murder of up to 100,000 people in a place that was called Ponary in Vilnius, Lithuania, which was one of the first locations outside of occupied Poland that had been targeted specifically as a part of the final solution.
Abba Kovner was born in Belarus and moved to Vilna as a young boy, where he was part of the Hashomer Hatzair youth movement. At the end of June 1941, Kovner learned about the mass murder of Jews, told to him by a girl who managed to escape the death pit.
Literally thousands of people here. Thousands and thousands of people who came to participate not only in the march, but now they're soon going to take their places before a stage for a very meaningful ceremony. We will see people, survivors, grandchildren of survivors lighting torches in memory of those who were lost here, and the memory of the 6 million Jews who died across Europe as part of that so-called final solution, which again, thank God, was not final. We're seeing close-ups of older people, young people. We're seeing the banners of this year's March of the Living. It is the 35th annual March of the Living. It's a very meaningful day. And I think everyone who I've spoken to so far today has commented about the unique feeling that one gets by actually coming here. And that is one of the missions of the March of the Living, to, as you can hear, perhaps you can hear, they're asking people to now take their seats for what will be a very poignant ceremony. It will include performers. It will include musical interludes. There's so much meaning. So many survivors have managed to come over the years. As we were talking about earlier, I personally cannot imagine what it's like for them to come back here, but they do come with a sense of purpose. Their generation will no longer be with us in a really short time. And many of the guests today have expressed great concern about that. How will the history of what they endured, how will the history of the Shoah, as we say in Hebrew, be carried on when that current generation, the people who lived through that, are no longer with us? Will we be able to sufficiently carry their message so that our descendants, one or two or more generations from now, will remember exactly what happened during the Second World War? Because one of the most familiar phrases you hear is never again. Something like that on that scale should never again happen. Of course, we have witnessed various attempted genocides over the last decade, decade and a half, which is extremely disappointing. And among the people who are the most disturbed by those events in Rwanda and Eastern Europe are people who survived the Holocaust. It hits them particularly hard. I've spoken to survivors who are reflecting on very bloody conflicts and the attempted genocide or utter segregation, again, of other peoples. And for example, Elie Wiesel, who was a survivor, one of the most famous, who spoke out and wrote books about the Holocaust, shared his feelings. He was particularly upset about what was going on in Darfur. He became very active in trying to fight the genocide in Darfur, and his message was it carried particular weight because he was a survivor and what he endured. So let us all hope that with the continuation of learning, the continuation of connecting to this place, by watching these teenagers arrive, that they too will actually become living witnesses to what went on here, because they are seeing the crematoria. They're still here. They're seeing the barracks. They're seeing where the disinfection places are, where the selection took place of who would live and who would die. As I mentioned a little while ago, seeing the actual cattle trains that brought people here, and the number of people who suffered tremendously, not only during that journey, but who couldn't even survive that journey. Extremely young people, infants, old people. The fact they didn't even live to make it to this horrible place. But then, of course, near the end of the war, when Birkenau was an utter killing factory, which is what it became, they were gassing to death nearly 5,000 people a day here. And those horrible crematorium could not even keep up with the number of people who were massacred. So there were piles of their bodies just on the grounds which you are looking at now. Beyond imagination. To see the remains of those crematoria, to see the remains of the gas chambers. I believe that everybody who is here today, everyone who will come in the future, I believe we all become living witnesses by connecting to this place. For 35 years, the International March of the Living has taken place, I think, with that exact mission. I hope it will continue in the coming years. I've had friends. If you're just tuning in, you will hear that my own daughter participated in the year 2011, and I think it affected her until today. She was really touched when she knew that I was coming today. I'm looking around and I'm so pleased to see, you can see all the different flags in addition to the Israeli flag. You can see all the delegations gathering, sitting on these grounds. Some of them are already in chairs, but a lot of the young people are sitting on the grass. They're waiting to be seated, but they're sitting where once, in fact, they're taking selfies, which this generation is apt to do. Some of them are actually celebrating because, again, with it being a very mournful place to be, ultimately this is a happy celebration. Ultimately, it is the March of the Living. Many of these young people you're looking at, many of them are descendants of survivors. They have surviving grandparents. And this is the March of the Living. This is either, we're coming up on the third generation as well as the fourth generation of surviving ancestors. Something is very interesting you can look into. There have been a lot of psychological studies about not just the trauma of someone who went through the camp experience or survived the Holocaust in one manner or another, but the incredible impact that had on their children, hearing their parents' stories. And now there are studies being done on the impact that the Holocaust had on the third generation of Holocaust survivors. Because it's something that is carried with you. It's something that carries down through the generations. And as the young participant I just spoke to commented, he had no personal connection to this place, but as a young Jewish fellow, he knew about it, he's been educated about it, and he wanted to come here and to learn. Joining me now is Alex Trayman, who you saw at the beginning of this broadcast and several times throughout, who was stationed in Auschwitz at the beginning of the march. Alex, how is it? You've been here many times before. How it was today for you? Was there anything different about today?
Well, this is my second time here. It's been 4 years. And every time is really like the first time you've been here because you're reliving a piece of history that is just beyond logic, beyond sanity. And when you come back to this place, you go into that same deep emotional feeling. And I don't think, maybe some of these people that I met, survivors that have been here for 20 years now in a row, you know, they've gotten used to it. But I don't think this is really an experience that you can get used to.
I agree.
Where we're sitting.
Thank you, Alex, for sharing what you felt today. And we now move to live coverage of the closing ceremony of the International March of the Living 2023, being held at the base of the crematorium in the Birkenau extermination camp, where Holocaust survivors, leaders, and young people will be heard, along with a recitation of a prayer in memory of the 6 million Jews who were murdered during the Holocaust.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please ask you one final time to take your seats? I am about to commence the ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Greg Maisel, and on behalf of the International March of the Living, I welcome you to this afternoon's Yom HaShoah ceremony. This year, on Holocaust Remembrance Day, we salute Jewish heroism in the Holocaust and the miracle of the human spirit as we commemorate 80 years since the courageous Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Today, we were privileged to be joined by 42 Holocaust survivors from around the world who marched with us. Dear survivors, please stand up. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you for your bravery. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for keeping the torch of Holocaust memory alive. I would like to ask all of the audience to please stand up and join the survivors standing, as we will now hear a 1-minute memorial siren which will be sounded in memory of those who perished in the Holocaust. We stand in their honor. seated.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, the narrow streets of cobblestone, beneath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed, the flash of a neon light that split the night touch the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, people writing songs that the voices never share. No one dared disturb the sound of silence. So fool, said I, you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words, like the silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made, in the words that he was forming. Then the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls, tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence.
Approximately 10,000 participants marched in unity today. Each of you follow in the footsteps of some 300,000 alumni of the March of the Living who have walked along this same path since the first march in 1988. That march, which took place 35 years ago, was led by one of the organization co-founders and visionaries, Dr. Shmuel Rosenman. Today I am pleased to call Shmuel to the stage.
Today, and in the days of following, marks three profoundly important anniversaries. 8 years ago, in 1943, a small band of heroic Jewish fighters launched the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Only 5 years later, in 1948, the Jewish state was established, reborn in the land of Israel after 2,000 years of Jewish exile. And in 1988, a rising tide of anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial was all over the world. I am proud to have been among the founders of the March of the Living. Reflecting the past, there is a little doubt that our dream making a difference has become a 35 years reality for participants around the world. In 1990, Holocaust survivor Elie Wiesel, in voice filled with despair, said to those gathered here, "How can one not be concerned with anti-Semitism? We are convinced that anti-Semitism perished here. Anti-Semitism did not perish here. Its victim perished here." It is our hope that you, the next generation of witnesses for the witnesses, will commit to be the torchbearers of memory and fight against global anti-Semitism. It is our hope that the seeds planted here in the March of the Living journey today will help to ensure a brighter tomorrow for the Jewish people and all humanity. Each time we return to Poland, we perform an act of modern-day resistance and proclaim a powerful reality. Hatred and evil did not win back then, and hatred and evil will not win now. Let me conclude by thanking our Holocaust survivors and our students for joining us here year after year and committing to the values of human dignity, equality, and survival. On behalf of those dedicated to ensuring the future by remembering the past, I pledge to you that we will continue to return here each Holocaust Remembrance Day, as long as there will still one drop, 1 ounce, 1 instance of anti-Semitism left in the world. Never again.
I am honored to invite Mr. Sergio Mattarella, President of the Italian Republic.
Rivolgo un saluto caloroso e un ringraziamento alla Marcia dei Vivi, ai suoi organizzatori, a tutti i partecipanti, alle autorità presenti. Un saluto particolare ai sopravvissuti, preziosi testimoni della verità. Siamo qui oggi a rendere omaggio, a far memoria dei milioni di cittadini assassinati da un regime sanguinario come quello nazista, che con la complicità dei regimi fascisti europei che consegnarono propri concittadini ai carnefici si macchiò di un crimine orrendo contro l'umanità, un crimine atroce che non può conoscere né oblio né perdono. In 4 anni, dal 1941 a 1945, in questo complesso furono assassinate centinaia di migliaia di persone, ben oltre 1 milione, in ragione della propria appartenenza a una fede, a una cultura, in ragione delle loro convinzioni o della loro condizione. Nei campi nazisti, oltre 1 milione di ebrei, bersaglio di quella disumana macchina di orrore, anche oppositori politici, sinti, rom, disabili, omosessuali, trovarono la morte nelle camere a gas, o per il freddo, la fatica, la fame e le malattie, o ancora perché vittime di esperimenti criminali. Cittadini innocenti di ogni parte d'Europa furono tradotti bestialmente a questo luogo di morte, un immenso cimitero senza tombe. Possiamo recarci al muro della morte, ma se pensiamo alle vittime dobbiamo alzare lo sguardo ben oltre. Tu passerai per il camino, minacciavano i capò e le guardie dei lager. La Polonia si trovò a pagare un prezzo altissimo in termini di vite umane durante l'occupazione nazista. Tra l'autunno del 1943 e gli ultimi mesi del 1944 anche migliaia di italiani furono deportati qui dall'Italia. Per la quasi totalità di loro fu un viaggio senza ritorno. Non a caso Polonia e Italia sono tra le nazioni europee più impegnate a conservare la memoria dell'Olocausto e a promuoverne la conoscenza tra i giovani. Rincuora vedere che migliaia di ragazze e ragazzi danno vita ogni anno a questa marcia. Quest'anno ci accompagnano in questa esperienza indimenticabile 2 sorelle italiane sopravvissute agli orrori di Birkenau, Tatiana e Andra Bucci. Con loro giovani studenti del mio paese. A Tatiana e Andra va il ringraziamento di noi tutti. Oggi più che mai, nel riproporsi di temi e argomenti che avvelenarono la stagione degli anni 30 del secolo scorso, con l'infuriare dell'aggressione russa all'Ucraina, la memoria dell'Olocausto rimane un monito perenne che non può essere evaso. L'odio, il pregiudizio, il razzismo, l'estremismo, l'antisemitismo, l'indifferenza, il delirio, la volontà di potenza sono in agguato, sfidano in permanenza la coscienza delle persone e dei popoli. Non può essere ammesso nessun cedimento alle manifestazioni di intolleranza e di violenza, nessun arretramento nella tutela dei diritti e delle libertà fondamentali, base del nostro convivere pacifico. Chi aggredisce l'ordine internazionale fondato su questi principi deve sapere che i popoli liberi sono e saranno uniti e determinati nel difenderli. Cari sopravvissuti, care ragazze e cari ragazzi, autorità, oggi è il giorno del Yom HaShoah, la giornata del ricordo dell'Olocausto. Ricordare è dimensione di impegno, è dimostrazione che contro gli araldi dell'oblio la memoria vince, per affermare l'orgoglio di essere persone umane, per ripetere e ribadire mai più.
Miss Helena Birnbaum, a poet and author, was a 14-year-old girl hiding in a bunker in the Warsaw Ghetto on April the 19th, 1943, the night when the Warsaw Ghetto uprising began. Many years later, she wrote in wonder about that night, the heroism, the love of life, and the hope for the future. I do not believe that I am actually that girl, the girl who is today a mother and a grandmother, that girl that was not caught, was not burnt, was not suffocated, the night of the Jewish uprising, the night of horrors, the night of supreme heroism.
In the summer of 1942, the mass deportation from Warsaw Ghetto began. 265,000 Jews were sent to the Treblinka death camp, to their extinction. Only 60,000 Jews remained. In the Warsaw Ghetto, 2 underground organizations were emerging at the same time. It was on the 19th of April, 1943, the first night of Passover, that marks the formal start of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Against thousands of marching Nazi German soldiers, 700 young Jewish men and women stood strong, without almost any weapons or experience in warfare. This heroic story will now be shared in their own words. The day before the outbreak of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, the square and the streets of the ghetto were empty and abandoned. People preparing to go underground, fighters to their battle positions and outposts. We were to cause the enemy a heavy loss.
When the day dawned, I saw the thousands of Germans surrounding the ghetto with machine guns, with cannons, and there we stood opposite them, some 20 young men and women. Each one had a revolver. The entire unit had 2 rifles, homemade bombs.
Beginning from today, we shall shift over to partisan tactics. It is impossible to describe the conditions under which the Jews of the ghetto are now living. Only a few will be able to hold out.
I detonated the explosives. I was shocked into inaction after the massive explosion and German bodies flying in the air. This was the first time since the war had broken out that the Germans were running away.
The Germans fled twice from the ghetto. One of our military wings fought for 40 minutes, and the other for over 6 hours.
The Germans set fire to the ghetto.
והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עמד עלינו לכלותנו, עומד לכלותנו. והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עומד עלינו לכלותנו, עומד לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם. והיא שעמדה לאבותינו, והיא שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שלא אחד בלבד עומד עלינו לכלותנו, עומד עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא אוי מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, שלא אחד בלבד עומד עלינו לכלותנו, לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, הקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם.
The Minister of Education of the State of Israel, Mr. Yoav Kish.
Here at Birkenau, I stand today as the Minister of Education of the State of Israel, with all of you, participants of the March of the Living. I marched today from Auschwitz to Birkenau, marched and remembered our brothers and sisters who were tortured, murdered, and burned alive here on this cursed ghetto. I stand here and salute the Holocaust survivors, those whom the horrors of the Holocaust are burned into their flesh and mind forever. Many of them are no longer among us. Many of them managed, in spite of all, to build new life from ashes after the war and even to raise a family, but never forgot what they went through. I salute the Jewish heroes who fought against the Nazis and their collaborators. One of them is my grandfather, Brigadier Frederick Herman Kish, Zichrono Livracha. I never met my grandfather. He was a soldier and a warrior in the British Army. He participated in World War I, and in 1919 he took part in the Versailles Peace Conference of the world powers as a representative of the British Army. He immigrated to the land of Israel and was one of the leaders of the Jewish Yeshuv before the founding of the state. During World War II, he re-enlisted into the British Army and was the chief engineering officer of the 8th Army under General Montgomery. My grandfather was a brigadier general, the highest-ranking Jew in the British Army. He took part in the Battle of El Alamein, which became a turning point in the North African campaign. He fought to stop the Nazis from keep advancing deep into North Africa. They had a target. From there, they wanted to get into the land of Israel. In January 1943, the British troops advanced, and near Tripoli, my grandfather fought to free the Ghetto concentration camp, where Germans and Italians had concentrated the Jews of Libya, aiming to exterminate them. He liberated the Jews from the concentration camp, introducing himself to the camp survivors as a Jewish fighter. He was privileged to be their liberator. In my view, this is the achievement that most symbolize the transition from darkness to light, from death to revival. This is my grandfather's achievement, which I am most proud of. By the end of the war, at the age of 55, my grandfather was killed in Wadi Akrit. 2 landmines exploded and led to his death. He was buried in a British military cemetery in Tunisia, near where he was killed. My grandfather, Brigadier Kish, fought against the Nazis and sacrificed his life for the Jewish people. I'm here to represent the Israeli government, and my son Eyal, who is also here, marched today to represent the Israeli youth. Am Israel Chai! The State of Israel is celebrating 75 years of independence. A state that is still fighting for its existence, but at the same time is a home to the Jewish people. A strong, successful, and prosperous state with one of the most strong and leading armies and air force around the world, ensuring there will never be another Holocaust. A state that remembers the victims and passes on the legacy of Holocaust remembrance. We must never forget. Thank you.
Seven memorial torches will now be lit. 6 in memory of the 6 million who perished in the Holocaust, carrying with them 6 million individual stories, and 1 torch for the State of Israel, where the Jewish people were reborn after the Independence War. The first torch represents our solidarity with the victims of anti-Semitism and our commitment to fight against its continued and dangerous resurgence. Mr. Robert Kraft, the Chairman and CEO of the Kraft Group and founder of the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Today, as I light this torch, I feel the courage and bravery of the heroes we stand with, the survivors who overcame tremendous obstacles to be here with us. You are the living reminders of the pain and suffering long felt by the Jewish people, and you represent the resiliency, unity, and strength that is embedded in our history. With each step we march, we also all carry the memories of the 6 million who unfortunately didn't make it. We remember them, and in their honor, the March of the Living serves as a powerful statement of solidarity for all those who have been victims of intolerance and discrimination. And it reminds us that we must stand up against Jewish hate and all injustice to ensure that history does not repeat itself. Am Yisrael Chai.
The United States, Israel, and the Jewish people have always shared an extraordinary relationship. In 1945, American troops liberated thousands of Jewish prisoners from Nazi Germany's concentration camps. After visiting one of these camps, General Dwight D. Eisenhower wrote, "The things I saw beggar description. I made the visit deliberately in order to be in a position to give first-hand evidence of these things if ever in the future there develops a tendency to charge these allegations merely to propaganda." After Israel's proclamation of independence on May 14, 1948, the United States, led by President Harry Truman, was the first country in the world to recognize Israel.
The United States Ambassador to Israel, Tom Nides, and the former Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman.
Today, I, Tom Nides, United States Ambassador to Israel, am proud to have marched with all of you from Auschwitz to Birkenau. I am inspired to see so many Americans of all ages joining with participants from around the globe in a stand against the evil forces of anti-Semitism, intolerance, and hatred. I march together with you in sacred memory of millions who perished needlessly and were brutally during the Holocaust here in this place and all across Europe. I march today with conviction that the United States of America, the leader of the free world, will always stand against all forms of prejudice, bigotry, injustice, and against any member of the human family. To be clear, an assault on one is an assault on all.
Today, I, David Friedman, former ambassador from the United States to Israel, proudly marched from Auschwitz to Birkenau alongside my friend Ambassador Tom Nides on this historic first ever bipartisan delegation to the sacred ground. Representing all Americans, we march together today in solidarity against anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred. I pledge to continue marching and to do all within my power to face and eradicate these evils. May the memory of the victims lead us to commit ourselves to a more just and a more humane world for all. May God bless all of you for safeguarding the torch of memory and preserving the history and the lessons of the Holocaust. Am Yisrael Chai.
Both of my parents survived the horrors of the Holocaust. In 1985, when I was in my 20s, I accompanied my father on a trip to Poland and Russia to see where my parents lived before the war. It was painful, but deeply inspiring. There he told me again about his father's family that was forced to move to a Siberian labor camp, and about his sister, my aunt, who perished in the Warsaw Ghetto. There we remembered my mother's family that was forced into a ghetto, later escaped and hid until the end of the war. My grandfather endured, living for 2 years under the barn floor, while his wife and children had to bring him food every night secretly. Their stories shaped me, my work, my life. I came away with such a sense of duty and purpose. Here I promised myself, never again. Am Yisrael Chai.
Mr. Mark Wilf, Chairman of the Board of Governors of the Jewish Agency, accompanied by his family.
I, Mark Wilf, am honored to march together with you in representing the Jewish Agency, for whose mission, much like the March of the Living, is to strengthen Jewish identity and connect the Jewish people to the land of Israel. In doing so, I am thinking of my own family members who lost their lives in the fires of the Shoah, but also of the organization that I am proud to represent. Last year, the Jewish Agency brought over 70,000 Jews to Israel from Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus, many of them fleeing war, all of them looking for a better life. It is inspiring, but makes you think about what if Israel had been there during the Second World War. Serving the Jewish people and strengthening our institutions is a value my parents instilled in my brothers and me, and which we in turn instill in our children. My father was proud to serve as national president of the March of the Living, and I am proud to honor his memory. This year, as we celebrate Israel's 75th birthday, we are grateful to do so in the knowledge that we are blessed to be able to live in our ancestral homeland. Today, let us rededicate to never take any of this for granted. Let us strengthen our connection to Israel and to each other. Let us celebrate the miracle of Israel's 75th anniversary and commit ourselves to the essential work before us. Am Yisrael Chai.
April 1944, the Jews of Warsaw Ghetto, the small town in Hungary, were ordered to move to the town's ghetto. A few weeks later, they were marched to freight trains. They didn't know that the destination was Auschwitz. When they got off the train, a young SS officer was pointing left and right with a stick. And when the Hyman's family turns came, the officer divided them in two. My mother, Eva, and her three sisters were left alone. Their parents had been murdered and burned in the crematorium. The four girls brought into
The Nazis gave you a number, I wear it too. Our number is A10299. This number is tattooed on my arm, also in the memory of your sister, Ibi and Blimu, who never left this place. We say together, never again.
I, Chaim Taib, am proud to stand here today as a grandson of Chaim Taib, who I am named after, and who was sent to Nazi forced labor camps in occupied Tunisia, where he was starved, beaten, and tortured. His story reflects the reality of the Jewish communities of Tunisia and North Africa under Nazi occupation. I am proud to have marched today and to stand here and light this torch in memory of the Jews of Tunisia and North Africa. We must carry the lessons of the past with us, look forward and strive to promote solidarity and tikkun olam among all humanity. I will continue using Israeli innovation to ensure sustainable future of hope in Africa and the entire world. We shall not forget.
When I was 16, Eichmann trial was. I was in shock to learn what had happened. Our parents wouldn't talk with us. We didn't know about the Holocaust. My mother, the only thing I could know about the disaster that happened to her, she would just bring me this small picture of her sister, Zehava, who was so beautiful, and cry. So how could I ask her more and more?
anthem.
Listen to the BBC report about the first Shabbat service at Bergen-Belsen after its liberation, and you will hear Jewish voices raised twice. First is the singing of Hatikvah. Second, in the British Army rabbi's assertion, Am Yisrael Chai, the children of Israel still liveth. Note the translation, the children of Israel, rather than the people of Israel. Amidst the ruination of the Shoah, that rabbi was already trusting that a new generation of Jews would rise from the ashes. And we must similarly have faith in the future, especially here. For what is the march of the living if not a march of time, with young Jews, proud and unbowed, symbolically reversing the doomed transports at Auschwitz? So friends, even as we mourn our 6 million martyrs, let us rejoice in everything our people have managed to rebuild in the 8 decades since. And even as we sing Hatikvah for our beloved Israel as she turns 75, let us wed the hope that is at the heart of that anthem to conviction and confidence that Am Yisrael Chai, or to use the fuller phrase, Am Yisrael Chai v'kayam, our nation lives and we live on. Thank you.
My mother, Eva Alperen, was born in Poland in 1913. In 1936, she and my father got engaged. My father left Poland before the war and settled down in Uruguay. In 1939, the Russians invaded Poland and mother could not get out of there anymore. In 1941, Nazi soldiers murdered my grandfather and my mother's 2 brothers. About the day she lost her mother, my mother wrote in her diary, on August 29, 1942, at 4 a.m., soldiers shouted, "Jude, open the door." We ran away, mother did not make it, and the Nazis took her to the gas chambers of Treblinka. Anton Suchinski, a Polish Christian, gave shelter to her and to the Zeiger family, friends of her father. In a tiny bunker under his house, they hid there for over 14 months. On July 1944, Anton opened the bunker door and said, "You are free, the Russians are here." For giving them shelter, which saved their lives, Anton awarded the honorary title of Righteous Among the Nations. After the war, 10 years after they were separated, my mother was reunited with my father. They got married and raised a great family.
Mr. Baruch Adler, the Vice Chairman of the International March of the Living.
I, Baruch Adler, stand here today to represent the founding fathers of the March of the Living, who 35 years had a dream and gave birth to this organization, and today continue to shed light through education on that dark chapter in human history. As a child of a survivor, the horrors of the Holocaust are burnt into my mother's flesh and into my mind. Even during these worst of times, however, righteous Gentiles rose to save a human life. Today, I pay tribute to those who will not lend a hand to the Nazi killing machine and risk their own lives to save the lives of others. My mother Zal was one of the fortunate Jewish women to be rescued by a righteous among the nations. Today I stand here in Birkenau and pledge to continue our mission to remember, to remind, and to continue honoring the memory of those who perished and those who survived. Never again.
where the Jewish were reborn after the Holocaust.
בשקט ששורר כאן, באושוויץ, אפשר לשמוע את עד צעדיהם של בני משפחתי שלא זכיתי להכיר. משפחה שלמה שחיה בקומוטיני שביוון, ובבוקר אחד נגדעו חייהם. אסתר לבית ג'יברי, דודתו של אבי זכרו לברכה, בעלה יום טוב וארבעת ילדיהם, ויטלי, דייזי, רפאל ורחל הקטנה, שהייתה רק בת 5 כשנספתה עם משפחתה בטרבלינקה. היה להם הכל, כתב יונתן, אבל הזמן בחייהם פתאום אזל. בשקט ששורר כאן, בפלנטה האחרת, נשמעים לחישותיהם של לוחמי ולוחמות מרד גטו ורשה. לפני 80 שנה בדיוק הם נשבעו שאם נגזר עליהם למות, הם ימותו כיהודים בני חורין. לפני 80 שנה בדיוק הם עודדו אחד את השני, חיזקו, טפחו על השכם, אך גם הם התווכחו ביניהם. מרדכי אנילביץ' ופאבל פרנקל, סוציאליסטים ורוויזיוניסטים, שעמדו בראש 2 ארגוני ההתנגדות שהובילו את המרד, אייל ואצי. הם היו מתנועות נוער שונות, החזיקו בתפיסות עולם שונות. מטרת המורדים הייתה אחת, אבל הם נאבקו בנפרד ונפלו מבלי שהצליחו להתפייס ביניהם. הם היו יהודים, אחים ולוחמים. הם הותירו לנו מורשת של תקומה, של עוז ומסירות נפש, אך גם ציוו לנו את המחויבות לאחדות, למרות השוני, בגלל השוני. הלוחמים והלוחמות בגטו ורשה נשאו לפיד של תקומה יהודית. הם נפלו, הגטו נחרב, אבל הלפיד לא נפל, הוא ממשיך לבעור. אני עומדת כאן איתכם היום כיושבת ראש הקרן הקיימת לישראל, ונושאת את לפיד התקומה בגאווה. כבר יותר מ-120 שנה שקק"ל מדליקה באמצעותו אורות רבים, אורות של נטייה והתיישבות, של עלייה וקליטה ושל בניין הארץ, שותפה מלאה בתקומת ישראל. אנו נושאים את הלפיד הזה ונמשיך לשאת אותו לעד. קהל נכבד, כל הסיפורים והעדויות שכולנו שומעים ועוד צמאים לשמוע, מצטרפים לכל אחד הקורא. אנחנו כאן וזו עובדה. יש לנו מדינה. מדינת ישראל לעולם לא תפקיר לזר את בניה. עם ישראל חי.
Boi Ima, Come to Me Mother, a song about the deep longing of children for their mother, which ends with the words, Sit with me until I grow up. Ivri Lider is an Israeli singer whose own mother, Dalia, was born in Warsaw in 1938. As a 4-year-old girl in the Warsaw Ghetto, she was smuggled out by her father, who was later murdered in Auschwitz. Dalia only reunited with her mother after the war. Shoshana Trister was born in Ukraine in 1935. In 1939, the entire family was sentenced to death. Miraculously, they escaped and survived for 2 years in an underground tunnel before being rescued by Allied forces. After remaining silent for so many decades, Shoshana now travels the world, telling and retelling her story. She also draws the horrors she remembers.
מכל האור מזמן הלך לו ואל תלכי פתאום גם את בואי אמא בואי אמא בואי שבי איתי מעט בואי אמא בואי אמא בואי שבי איתי
Noch bist du gewöhnt mit mir. Nicht nur, wo bist du heint? Komm schön, Mame, komm schön, Mame, sag mir, Mame, wie bist du? Komm schön, Mame. Komm schön, Mame, sag mir, Mame, wie bist du?
ואם פתאום מלאך יופיע ואל חדרי יבוא בלט
בואי אמא, בואי אמא ותראי גם את בואי אמא, בואי אמא ותראי אותו גם את
ולא איני פוחד בחושך ואיני רועד בכלל
בואי אמא, בואי אמא
שבי איתי עד שגדל בואי אמא, בואי אמא
שבי איתי עד אגדל.
Thank you. Toda Rabba. I am honored to invite Rabbi Israel Meir Lau. Rabbi Lau's father was murdered in the Treblinka death camp. When he was only 7 years old, little Israel Meir was imprisoned with his elder brother in the Buchenwald concentration camp. His brother concealed him, and that ensured his survival. Rabbi Lau made Aliyah to Israel, eventually becoming chief rabbi. He joined the first March of the Living in 1988 and has been marching with us ever since. Rabbi Lau, bavakasha.
In the office of Adolf Hitler was a globus, a huge globus, and a beautiful one. Many colors, the whole world in that globus. But on the globus were printed, not printed, written with black color numbers. Numbers and numbers around. What were these numbers? For what? Adolf Hitler gave an order to his staff that on the 1st of September 1939, World War II will break out. He wants to know exactly how many Jews are in each country in the world. This is my target. And this is my war. And until we'll not bring them to disappearance, I didn't finish my job. In that globus was United States of America with the number 6 million. What a symbolic number. 6 million living Jews were in the United States of America on 1939. In Albania, the number was 1. Tirana, the capital city of Albania. 1 Jew was there. He said to his staff, until I will not clean up this globus, I didn't finish my work. This is my job here. This is my mission. He didn't give up even 1 Jew of Albania. Can you imagine what happens till then? Ghetto Warsaw. And this is not the only place of revolution. There were some others, I cannot mention all the names, like Treblinka and others, where the Jews there, with no weapon, with nothing in their hands, fought for their survival, fought against the Nazis. And they did it. You can see it later on the steps, after Warsaw Ghetto, after all the revolutions, when we have already a state. And it came to a time that some Jewish people are under the control of Idi Amin in Uganda. And with this man, you cannot expect what will be tomorrow. And they were in a real danger. 4 jets of the Israeli Air Force, Hercules, they went to Uganda, to Entebbe in Uganda, and they released all the Jews there, except 1. And we showed the world that Jewish blood is not in vain. It has a price. And we have a state, and we have the power to fight for our existence. I want to say one thing. This is true, that all the Jewish people today, all the generations, are survivors of Holocaust. I say it as a survivor. If Adolf Hitler would succeed, God forbid, we had no chance. Every Jew has understanding that he was almost a victim. And if we are here and we exist and we will exist, it's a miracle made by God. We have to know we are survivors. And the non-Jewish people who are here in this today, in this march, your friendship is for us very, very deep. Remember our first lady who gave life to the Jewish greatest leader in all the history, Moshe Rabbeinu. She was not a Jewish. She was even the daughter of Pharaoh, the daughter of the terrorist. He said all the Jewish boys, send them into the Nile. And she saved the life of this child and brought him to the palace of her father. She showed a way for non-Jewish people to understand what means mankind, what means humanity, what means to live together and to give life to the other. This is the lesson we must remember so many years after the ghetto Warsaw. I want to say in one word, we the Jewish people, we are experts, I say it always, to die together. But we don't learn how to live together. And this is the problem. To die together with no differences. We saw it. We saw it in the Holocaust. We saw it all over the history of the Jewish people. More religious, less religious, from this country, from that country, Ashkenazim, Sfaradim, all kinds, rich and poor. To die together, we are experts. To live together, we have to learn. Am Yisrael Chai, that you mention here all the time, Chai beyachad, together. Thank you.
Today, we marched in the footsteps of children who perished in the Holocaust. Learning last year that 8,000 shoes belonging to children who perished here in Auschwitz were in danger of disintegration, the March of the Living launched our Soul to Soul campaign in partnership with the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum and the Auschwitz-Birkenau Foundation.
I was born in Auschwitz. Nobody thought that I would survive, but here am I alive. 1.5 million children were murdered during the Holocaust. More than 200,000 were killed in the gas chambers of Auschwitz-Birkenau. The shoes they once wore are the only tangible evidence of their memory, but they are in danger of disappearing forever.
ראיתי את הנעליים שם על השולחן, נזכרתי בזוג התאומות שהיו כל כך יפות, כל כך דומות שאפילו לא ידענו, קראנו לשניהם, אחד הייתה אדית, השנייה הייתה חווה, יפהפיות, קטנות. אף פעם לא בכיתי פה.
As I hold this very old shoe, I believe that I feel the pulse of the child who walked in them. I hear this child's voice thanking us for remembering them, for paying tribute to all they went through.
And in my hand is a lost memory, a lost dream.
My wife and I were watching the daily news, and suddenly there was this horrific story about the children's shoes in Auschwitz. And there was one picture that caught our attention, and it was the shoes of a very young child. And we couldn't avoid seeing the shoes of our grandchild who was at home. And it broke our heart.
And most meaningful that we, who each year, annually, march on the very same soil as this shoe once walked, that we remember the children, remember their lives, and save, preserve, and rescue the shoes, which were the last shoes they were ever privileged to wear.
Today, we marched in the footsteps of those who came before us. We feel their unspeakable pain. We bear witness to the memories of those who perished. We bear witness to how the evil forces tried to annihilate our people. Yes, with God's help, the Jewish people rose up from the ashes to carry the torch of memory and to carry the torch of divine truth. Within the walls and barbed fences of Auschwitz I, to this day, lie 8,000 shoes of some of the last children to arrive at the camp, from where so many never emerged. This is the only testimony of the young, innocent children who wore them, who walked, ran, and played in them. The March of the Living, together with Nashlos Foundation, Auschwitz Foundation, our dear friend Mati Kochavi, as well as thousands of people around the globe, participated in the Soul to Soul initiative to restore the 8,000 shoes of the children of Auschwitz. I call upon all of you, the children of today, stand up united more than ever and walk in honor of the children of our past. May their memory be a blessing forever.
Senior law enforcement executives who joined the 2023 March of the Living, sponsored by the Miller Center on Policing Excellence and Community Resilience, will make a statement on the importance of combating anti-Semitism, hatred, and intolerance. The delegation is comprised of representatives from Europol, from Hungary, Croatia, Canada, Belgium, the United States, including the National Sheriff's Association, the New Jersey State Police, and the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police.
In July of 1942, Police Battalion 101 gathered outside the small Polish town of Józefów at dawn. Major William Trapp, with tears in his eyes, handed down the orders of the day. Separate the healthy men for work, shoot everyone else. He allowed any of these police officers that desired so to opt out. Only 12 out of 500 officers opted out. The rest stood up and executed the Jews. 17 hours later, the Jews of Józefów were no more. Unfortunately, police have been, at times, just bystanders. In some cases, we, your protectors, were complacent in these atrocities. Yet untold officers throughout Europe and elsewhere have risked their lives every day to protect vulnerable communities. Paul Gruninger is a shining example. Gruninger was a Swiss police captain. When Austrian Jews fled to Switzerland, his government ordered him to stop at the border all Jews. Instead, he falsified the documents to get them legal immigration status. The Gestapo noticed. Gruninger ignored their warnings. He was put in trial and convicted and sent to a concentration camp. The 12 Dutch policemen who refused to arrest 7 Jews in Grootegast, Netherlands, didn't fare as well. They all went to concentration camps, and at least one, Hank Droot, was executed there. Good morning, well, good afternoon. My name is Paul Goldenberg. I represent the Rutgers Miller Center on Policing in New Jersey. But I'm also standing here today for Paul Gruninger, Hank Drote, and the 12 Joseph Float officers, and the countless law enforcement officers and officials who risked their lives across Europe to help Jews, Poles, Roma, and others during the Holocaust. You see, to many people, the Holocaust represents what? Distant history. That's short-sighted and dangerous. We've seen the consequences when police become the pawns of the tyrants. That's why we standing here today, the police men and women of the world, are marching, and we're proud and honored to march alongside each and every one of you on this day. We're all familiar with the phrase, never again. So we say to you today, the police of the free world at least, we will operationalize those words, never again. These carefully chosen, thank you. These carefully chosen men and women that I am so proud to stand beside me today. They represent different faiths, backgrounds, but they all understand that we, the police, have a special obligation to protect vulnerable and all communities. So, we pledge today, as the representatives of the men and women of policing, that we will in fact and indeed safeguard our vulnerable communities and will remain steadfast to internalizing the circumstance that Holocaust commemoration is not just for those who have experienced the horrors, but for all of us to commit and need to commit to defending our democracy and human rights today and forevermore. I would like to now call on the members of our delegation to read from a declaration that we are going to present today to the leaders of the march on this day, recognizing the 2023 March of the Living. So, in recognition of the 2023 March of the Living, remembrance of the Holocaust, genocide, and atrocities, the international law enforcement community recognizes the importance of solidarity against anti-Semitism, hatred, and intolerance. I'm now proud to call my colonel from the state of New Jersey, Colonel Patrick Callahan.
The foundations of civil society are secured through observance of the rule of law and the exercise of legitimate law enforcement.
Law enforcement in democratic societies are the servants and protectors of the rule of law.
Law enforcement has the obligation to learn from past mistakes and ensure errors are not repeated.
Law enforcement in today's democratic societies is responsible for ensuring the preservation of the community's rights to order and safety while respecting individual rights.
Increasingly, today's law enforcement needs to strengthen relationships in communities through community policing and other innovative practices to develop trust and relationships.
Civil society has come to recognize that law enforcement services constitute a fundamental pillar in the fight against anti-Semitism, hate crimes, extremism, targeted violence, and community conflict.
Now, therefore, the signatories declare that law enforcement is essential in the identification, recognition, confrontation, and prevention of the rise of intolerance and activities that undermine public safety and respect of rule of law. And
working with European and North American law enforcement agencies and in conjunction with the International March of the Living, the signatories will work together to develop a transnational training program for law enforcement executives that combines best practices addressing Holocaust awareness and hate crimes training.
We would now like to present the declaration to President Heidemann and the Chairman.
The prayer for the souls of the deceased, El Malei Rachamim, followed by Kaddish, the mourner's prayer, will now be recited by Shai Abramson, accompanied by Gal Lieberson. Please rise for El Malei Rachamim.
El Malei Rachamim שוכן במרומים דיין אלמנות ואבי יתומים המצא מנוחה נכונה על כנפי השכינה במעלות קדושים וטהורים כזוהר הרקיע מאירים ומזהירים לנשמות 6 המיליונים אחינו ואחיותינו רבבות אלפי ישראל אנשים נשים וטף שנהרגו שנשחטו שנשרפו שנחנקו שנגברו חיים ושהומתו בכל מיני מיתות משונות ואכזריות בידי הגרמנים הנאצים ועוזריהם ושהלכו לעולמם על קידוש השם שאנו מתפללים לעילוי נשמותיהם לכן בעל הרחמים ויסתילם בסתר כנפיו לעולמים וייצור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם בגן עדן תהי מנוחתם אדוני הוא נחלתם וינוחו ושלום על משכבותם ונאמר
Please remain standing. Auschwitz survivor Aryeh Pinsker will recite the Kaddish along with IDF Chief Cantor Lieutenant Colonel Shai Abramson.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, ויצמח פורקני ויקרב משיחי. בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי לכל בית ישראל, בעגלה בזמן קריב, אמרו אמן. יהא שמי רבה מבורך לעולם לעולמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל, שמי דקדשה ברכו. לעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה, דמיירם בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים טובים עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ונאמר אמן.
Hatikva. The Hatikva will now be sung together with the Re'im duo.
כל עוד בלבב פנימה נפש יהודי הומייה ולפתי מזרח קדימה עין לציון צופיה עוד לא אבדה תקוותנו התקווה בת שנות 2000 להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון וירושלים להיות עם חופשי בארצנו
This brings to a close the ceremony here on the grounds of the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp, where the worst atrocities and horrors of the 20th century occurred. We thank you for joining us in honouring the victims and the survivors. Go in peace. Tzedchem l'shalom.
I'd like to thank Alex Trayman for bringing us today's coverage from Auschwitz, all of our guests during this special broadcast, including Holocaust survivors, and the thousands of others who came here to commemorate the historical anniversaries of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising 80 years ago, the founding of the State of Israel 75 years ago. I'm Erin Viner, broadcasting live from the Birkenau camp. And once again, thank you to our worldwide audience for also joining us today for the 35th Annual International March of the Living.